Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Is that yours? Jesus Christ. Can you guys hear us? Can you guys see us? Everything good here? Put a one in the chat if you can hear and or see our video.
Okay.
Let's see.
If you will. Phones are going off.
Oh, Barbara can hear us. It's probably Nicolina again.
Yeah, call me right back.
Huh?
I love you. Bye. Hello.
Okay, we got ones in the chat. We're good. Let me try to turn on my light here so we can. Hold on just a second.
You do. We're going to talk for a minute. It is. No, it is.
All right, cool. How's everybody doing? Hello from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hello, hello. 62 people in here already. Well, I guess it's not already. We're kind of late.
Well, no.
Casually, we're good. We're good.
Okay, so there's a time difference.
Who's that?
For the person that we're interviewing. And she can be up in about 30 minutes. So we're going to allow a little time for you guys to go invite people and just hang out and talk with each other.
Yeah,
this is a pretty epic, monumental event tonight because this person is legit and there is an ongoing case. And I'll let her tell you everything, and we're going to bring in Jay. You guys have seen her before. She has been working with this whistleblower for a while. And like I said in the description, she's never spoken publicly before.
I'm sending you the link to send to her.
All right, send me the link, and I'll send everybody else the link.
Yeah, but not in the chat because then we get,
Yeah. We're not giving the link in the chat because that's how we get hacked.
Well,
who knew?
That too, I guess.
So, anyways, this is going to be a monumental night. So, get your pen and paper and get ready to write down some stuff. This person has actual forensic evidence and is very much legit. So, this is not one of your normal shows. And we're going to demand respect towards this person because, like I said, she's never done this on live before.
Are you going to sit down?
No, I got to
go. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
All right. Come this way.
Where are you going?
I got to go to bed. That's why I'm not sitting down yet.
You know, it's not. Okay, cool.
Well, hurry up and finish it then.
All is well.
No, it's movie time.
If you all need help, I don't mind. If we need help, we always need help in one way or another. What's up, Big Boss? How you doing? I love Big Boss. Big Boss is awesome. He's always been awesome. Violet too. Violet is very awesome. God's always been by our side. Every step of the way. Southeastern Ohio in the house. Okay. That was creepy. What you doing?
Don't say that.
What? You can't read. What?
Don't say the big whatever you said thing.
That you're creepy?
Wait, is this a backwards camera?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes, it is. What is MK Ultra? Well, just a minute.
So yeah, this is a backwards camera.
It is a backwards camera.
So if mommy was like here
Mm-hmm.
and you were like here, then in the camera, mommy would be over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I meant over there
Right.
because I'm following the camera.
Okay.
And you would be over there
Okay.
in the camera.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
Are you skating again?
I have the cake on the whole
She just discovered roller skates. It's adorable. They're actually her sister's skates. They're like 3 sizes or so too big. And she does pretty good with them. Huh?
I know how Kaden is.
Yeah, you do know how to skate in them.
I like that.
What's up, Mac B?
For me.
I never doubted you, girl. Other people did, though. You'll be all right. Yeah, Pandora's pretty adorable. When she was born, the nurses looked at her and we were like, oh, God, she's so cute. You know, like all parents do. And then the nurse was like, that's really an attractive, like, that's an adorable baby.
Pandora,
That's
come
a
on,
cute,
let's go.
cute baby. Not even lying. So,
You love my
I know.
chicken and
She's
dumplings?
being rude or disrespectful to our host, Ticina or Xander, will not be tolerated. That is correct. You will get booted because on Predator Hunter Nation, we do not give a shit. You'll just be booted.
Sit down.
Operation Rock, sometimes they keep you around, get all your screenshots. We just kick you out. Oh, well. I want to thank all our mods in advance because there's probably going to be a bunch of trolls in here that y'all are going to have to deal with. Y'all going to have to play Whack a Troll for the next hour or 2, 3, I don't know.
Are you done? Yum.
Just one second.
Or my
You guys have your mic muted.
I know we had to take the baby out of here because this is not
I'm like, why does Tina and them have their mic muted on?
right. Yeah. She was finishing up her homemade chicken and dumplings and had to like celebrate her chicken and dumplings that mommy made and do a little.
Oh, that's a southern thing. Up
Mommy's
here in the
best.
north, we don't be eating that.
I know, it's so good. So anyways, she isn't here, so we can start discussing things and wait on Lori to get in. But
Right, you said about a half an hour, so I said, well, shit, give me a head start and I'll talk about stuff.
yeah, let's go ahead and tell everybody who she is and how all this came about.
So Lori is my friend, and she's a super soldier. She deprogrammed from MK Ultra and survived the Snuff film. So yes, the MK Ultra super soldiers are very real, and so are the Snuff films. So it turns out she's from my bloodline, the House of York, and my bloodline is the War of Roses. Basically, the movie. Ironclad is about my ancestor, King John, when they were doing the Civil War in England, trying to see who's going to get the power of the monarch in England. So basically, yeah, I found out she's through my bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where Jonah and all of us come into the same type of bloodline.
So tell people why that matters. Because
why it matters.
A lot of these viewers don't even know what MK Ultra is. Okay.
MK Ultra is Voice to Skull. They changed the name of it basically, but it goes with the multiple personalities. Did is the same thing as MK Ultra, multiple personalities, but the ritual abuse from these royal bloodlines are generational. So it's all about the mind control. So Jonah's bloodline goes into mine, House of Habsburg, the House of York, Smith bloodline. So these are satanic bloodlines. So this ritual abuse is very real.
What does bloodline mean to you, though? Let's tell people what that means.
Well, when I say satanic, they're very evil, and my bloodline goes right into the House of Windsor. These are very evil bloodlines. There's good people in the bloodlines, but they whistleblow just like me. So these are very evil bloodlines. These are the bloodlines that want the New World Order. So, this thing is very real, what they do to MK Ultra, the programming.
Right.
So she can explain it more when she comes on. She's better at explaining her case, but she's a trained
negative bloodline.
Yes, and what an MK Ultra super soldier is, they were trained assassins. So yes, she's the only one that deprogrammed. She was tortured in the jails, almost poisoned. So she has like handcuff markings where the handcuffs were too tight in 3 jails, and the MK Ultra torture programming. So,
well, MK Ultra covers a lot of different things. MK Ultra is a military program that was brought over from Germany and from the Nazi regime, and it covers voice to skull, but that's not all of it. MK Ultra is a lot of mind control, and they did a lot of experimentation on humans and non-humans also, and a lot of the things that they were trying to do with their experiments, where they were trying to, on their test subjects, they were trying to bring out abilities that everybody has, but some people have them more predominantly than others, and they wanted to bring that out, and they wanted to use that to their advantage. And so there's a lot of experimentation on people. There's a lot of just really fucked up genetics going on.
You're right, and realistically, they look for the people with the spiritual prosthetic gift they can use. And Lori mentioned to me, she goes, how you mention everything on the lives and all this stuff? Like, you have a prosthetic gift. I said, you think? She goes, yeah, because everything you're saying is coming to fruition. I'm like, I didn't think about that.
Right.
So as
Well,
I
there
said,
are
a lot. As I
that-
said, this the brain chip that everybody's wondering. It's real. What do you think the Elon Musk thing? It's a brain chip. It connects to the what's the thing he wants that
Neuralink
Neuralink. And
connects
it's
with
not
Starlink.
that
Yes.
thing that Elon Musk is doing is not what you think it is. It's very sinister, and it's about mind control. It's about the chip brain. They want to chip people. I think it was the World Economic Forum. They were talking about eventually they want to merge the humans with the machines. So
Mhm.
basically, the
It's AI
transhumanism
agenda.
thing with the AI, like
Yeah.
Terminator. And if you see these two projects is what you need to look up: Project Cypher and Project Pogo. So basically, they want to eliminate humans, so it's just the machines. They feel like, well, the humans are waking up. We need to eliminate them with Agenda 2030. UN
Well,
Agenda 2030.
I agree with some of that, and some of that they need the humans because humans have something that machines can never have, which is empathy. And so by merging the two, you have something that you can completely control every aspect of, which is the machine, and then you have the
Right.
human, which has the empathy factor to it. So that's the whole point in merging the humans and the machines. And that's the Agenda 2030 you're talking about here.
Well, here, block that.
Which one?
Yeah. One of the things about certain bloodlines and genetics that they're obsessed with is there are certain individuals that have what is called a God code within them,
Very correct.
and they want to implant these God code genetic people with AI, because inevitably AI wants to become godlike.
And it wants to take over humanity. And you got to look up Project Cypher and Project Pogo. These things are real. I don't know if it's Project Pogo or Project Cypher, but one of them is coronavirus, and basically UN Agenda 2030. This is very real. The brain chip, the MK Ultra programming now is voice to skull. It's very real. So you get the super soldiers like my friend Lori, she has a chip. So she found an implant in the back of her leg and popped it out. So that's forensic evidence. So yes, it's still going on. The MK Ultra program, voice to skull.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well,
They
it's
haven't
been
stopped
going
that.
on.
They haven't stopped that
And
military
it keeps
program.
advancing, and people need to be aware of this.
So yeah, it's it's just like the Nazi regime in Germany. People think that we squashed that in Germany at Normandy, and we didn't. It came over here. That's that's what happened basically, and we lost Janine, but that happens a lot. So she'll be back.
What?
We lost her. She'll be back. She'll be
Okay.
back. Yeah. Every time we start talking about stuff like this, the guest goes in and out all the time. Hey.
That's all right. I was like, that's all right. People heard what I had to say in the beginning of it anyways.
Right.
I'm back. See, somebody's live streaming it, and it's to shut me up and others, on your show. So I'm not surprised if somebody live streaming it.
No, this kid
Yeah,
live
I try that all the time.
streams, and this kid is a hacker.
Which one?
That's working with Benny Rap. Okay, so there is some crazy stuff going on about that kid.
Basically, fucking with the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, this kid is a hacker, no doubt. And after Benny hacked my Facebook, he went into my Facebook Messenger and our group message and changed the background, right? And then he unblocked himself so he could send me messages. And he left a message letting me know that he had never seen my profile until now, that he'd hacked me. And he's working with this kid Rap, but there's some pretty reliable evidence that Rap is actually, if not Molly Golightly's son, but related to Molly Golightly. So if that turns out to be true, then this is going to prove PSYOP. And they do not want us to prove this is all a PSYOP.
And what else I want to mention is this little girl Summer has to come home, and there's so many people that exploit this that, it's disgusting. They're exploiting the wells and stuff like that, so I want Summer to come home to be with her family. I want her to be able to be like a normal kid, because she has a case just like Jonas. It's very similar. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Jonah has blonde hair, blue eyes, and Summer does come from these royal bloodlines.
They love it, don't they?
So, like I said, Summer has to come from these royal bloodlines. It has to be a bloodline issue, so that's what I think it stems from. Either her mom or dad is from one of the royal bloodlines, and she has the blonde hair and blue eyes is what the elites like when it comes to human trafficking. They like the blonde hair and blue eyes and the little kids.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
So, and then you got black market adoptions. Could Summer have been adopted on the black market? We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And these are questions, but like I said, nobody should be exploiting Summer's abduction. Like, that's absolutely disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody should be doing that.
People have made a lot of money off of just talking about her.
And not only that, but, you got to imagine what, especially not her mom and dad, but, distant families failing, seeing this all over the internet where, they have to see Summer being exploited. Imagine how her whole family fails. They're probably not happy at all.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, how much the Disney family knows about all this stuff. I mean, we're in this stuff every day, and you gotta know that we're watching all this stuff, but most people are not. The amount of people that watch YouTube compared to the greater population is really not, that much as far as the true crime stuff. I mean, I didn't really know about all this until recently, and it's been wild ever since. But I don't know, because the only people I've heard about or from is the grandmother, of course, the parents, and then there's Rose Blah that went missing several years back. But
has anybody tried looking into her disappearance?
A lot of people have. Yeah, it's a big deal.
That's a high-profile case, probably like the same thing as Jonah and now Summer Wells is a very high-profile case. And I believe that the higher-ups at TBI are involved in this. This is why the lower levels are looking for her, but this is why the TBI higher-ups are probably telling the lowers at TBI, keep your mouth shut. And you're always going to have corruption at the FBI and the TBI. No doubt about that.
There's corruption in all organizations, and
right,
most of them start out as good organizations, and then they get infiltrated and they get corrupted, and before you know it, the whole thing is, So, I don't know.
Right, but I wish people would stop realistically exploiting Summer's abduction. That's absolutely disgusting. Like, if you got to imagine what the parent of any child that's missing is feeling like. That's absolutely disgusting. Anybody would actually exploit the abduction of Summer Wells. That's absolutely disgusting, disgraceful.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I understand people make money on the internet and all that stuff. People get the super chats and stuff like that, and we've gotten donations on ours, but when it comes to somebody missing, like a missing child, Summer Wells or anything like that, we don't ask for money at all. I mean, we never really asked for money except when he was in jail. It's the only time we did. But, other than that, no, we don't do that, especially not over a missing child. That's
absolutely. And I'll be the first to say Tina Alexander, Predator Nation never asked me for money to donate. So I just want to put that out there because there's a lot of he say, she say, and I wanted to put that to rest. They've never asked me for any money. So
are people saying that we asked you for money or something?
No, I just want to put it out there. So if you hear something like that, I'll be the first one to say.
For when they do, yeah.
So they've never, ever asked me for money. So I want to let people know.
Right on.
So you hear from me first.
Yep. The horse's mouth, as they say.
Mhm.
There's a lot of he say,
We don't
she
ever
say.
ask anybody for money. I mean, we hope that people want
Exactly.
to like buy some shirts or decals or something.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's why
But-
we make stuff, is because I'd rather I'd rather earn money than to just ask for it. And
Yeah.
Right.
just-
And
how we
I'll
are.
be honest, I think, whatever's going on between the trolls and you guys, there's somebody causing the inner fighting, Tina and this, the other side, and it's somebody causing the inner fighting, and there's so much division right now that we're seeing. It really ruins the movement.
Right.
It really does. But that's the intent, right?
Yep. But
They
people are
wanna
going to have to learn. People are going to have to learn, who's causing the fight in between Tina, Xander, and all of them, and, the supposed trolls. It's somebody from the inside causing all the problems.
Yeah.
So, and this is where people need to just distance themselves. And, if we want the movement to be a good movement, the downfall is going to be the ego and realistically people's egos.
Yeah, we have to humble ourselves. We really do. And a lot of that humbling comes with seeing the darkest of the dark, like the Hampstead kids. I don't know many people who have viewed the Hampstead whistleblower kids' testimony without falling to their knees and crying and weeping for the state of the world, because those kids have 6.5 hours of testimony and they're not lying. It's only the adults that are part of the cult that say they're lying,
Mm-hmm.
And they're connected to the British royal family. That's why. So the British royal family, and it's not just that, but that cult is bigger than what people realize. It correlates to Jonah, a bunch of missing kids. Jonah's a different story. Jonah's case is like the Hampstead case. It's a little bit different, very similar. But like I said, the Hampstead thing goes back to the royal family. So there's a massive cover up in the British government. Like I said, it's not the British people, it's the British government that sucks. Like the American government sucks. It's all the governments around the world that sucks, not the people.
Yeah, it always is. It's never the people themselves. That's why we're we the people. It's always people in charge, and even good people who get in charge, sometimes they get corrupted too.
Right. So as you see the Hunter Biden laptop, remember I was telling you about that the other day? I said, watch all the pedophilia crimes, all this stuff come to light, and look at that. I said that laptop is coming. Jonah's trafficking cover-up is coming out through the Hunter Biden laptop and the Weiner laptop. As I said, look at that. The Hunter Biden laptop is now coming out, as I said it would.
Yeah.
So now Joe has to explain that, because the media is turning on Joe Biden because of his son. So what's going to happen is it's going to put Kamala Harris's corruption right in the spotlight after this.
Right.
Because I said that woman's a corrupt lady. So
do you want to recap on that at all? Because I think a lot of the people in here haven't heard that part.
Well, Kamala Harris had this fake police force of child traffickers who were trafficking children into CPS foster care, and she would use these people to traffic children with CPS. So Kamala Harris and the lawmakers in California covered up the child sex abuse in CPS foster care when she was Attorney General. Kamala Harris was running all the child trafficking as the Attorney General in California, being the ringleader. So what's happening in California right now, what you're seeing is correlating to Jonah's trafficking. She's the ringleader of trafficking Tammy's son with a bunch of other people in California that are in power.
Wow. So that goes way up.
Yeah, so Jonah's traffickers got political protection in California from Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, all these corrupt people. So like I said, many people that are connected to trafficking Tammy's son are connected to Jeffrey Epstein, Rachel Chandler, and Maxwell. So yeah, Rachel Chandler, as I want to say, when I was listening to a podcast of Tammy talking, she said that they found out that Rachel Chandler cataloged her son for that modeling agency, modeling agency. So yeah, it's a real thing.
Mhm.
Well, all this is interesting because a lot of the hype surrounding us and trying to discredit us is the mask group that is out of Comic-Con.
Massacre.
The
Yep.
mask, the ones that are trying to like say that Ernie ripped a few people off of some
Who gives a
Jason
shit?
masks or whatever. But that all started with Chris Lewis, who is actually in prison right now for frauding a PPP loan. But Chris Lewis owned a talent agency, and he also did Bubba Fest, and part of the whole murder for hire BS or whatever was because Ernie had worked like pro bono for free kind of for these Comic-Cons, which was Bubba Fest as security. And so when Chris Lewis got a PPP loan, that's a troll probably, but when he got the PPP loan, he wanted Ernie to say that he had paid him $30,000 of the PPP loan, and he actually had already had forged documents of Ernie's forged signature of an affidavit, and was pretty much like blackmailing Ernie to sign this shit, saying, well, I got this shit, you better, join forces with me and get me out of this trouble. And that's when he did the murder for hire thing that we have.
Basically, the murder for hire is a CIA wet works, and people need to understand this. When I say wet works, it's the CIA assassination, so it goes back to the MK Ultra programming.
Mhm.
These, like I said, these MK Ultra super soldiers are trained assassins, like they're military trained.
Mhm.
So if you trigger them, they'll go off.
Right.
So
Exactly.
this is a real thing, like you mentioned, the friendship. This is a real thing. A lot of these mass shooters have a chip, and a lot of them have that chip. The thing that I was telling you about, like kind of like the Neuralink brain chip thing.
Manchurian candidates.
Yeah, it's not that, but it's like that.
Look that shit up, guys.
Right. So it's like they can remote control them like a doll, they can remote control to do anything.
Yeah, they can.
Mhm.
And suicide. And when you got people, rooting for suicide through cyberspace,
It usually happens.
you got to question whether they're part of the MK Ultra program or if they are super soldiers themselves,
Right.
Yeah.
No, this is really real. So unfortunately, my friend was the only one that deprogrammed, and she made Garcetti lose a case, Gil Garcetti, and so he wasn't happy about that. So you got to wonder he's connected to Kamala. Kamala probably wasn't happy about it because she protects these type of people.
How do you spell that? Gil Garcetti?
Gil, Garcetti, I believe.
You guys take notes, because there's a lot of names and
there's a lot of
dates
names
and
you
all
guys
kinds of
need to
stuff that
write
you guys
down.
need to write down
Okay.
here, and so
because she mentioned he
Very
was the
easy
one
on this.
producing snuff films, The Closer or something she mentioned to me, and that I'm trying to think of her name. She's the British actress, and it was a snuff film. The Vacancy, that was based on my friend. And the husband, she said, looks just like the guy, whoever was in the movie, he did. So she survived a snuff film. So like I said, these snuff films are very real.
yeah, they are very real.
They're very real.
Because like I said last time with the elites, like I said, this isn't just about a snuff film my friend survived, but this is about the elites having the human hunting parties, and they're selling on the dark web. And one has to wonder, I know it's a different topic, but one has to wonder, remember that report I made with Twitter about human traffickers selling, you know, the gadgets, the child abuse material that I reported? Then all of a sudden after I put that report in with Twitter, because they work directly with the National Center for Exploited Children, there was a bust the other day on the dark web with the cryptocurrency, like the Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if they used my tip and made that bust.
Maybe.
Because it was back in February 28th. And then all of a sudden it was the other day, I think it was the 6th or the 5th. I can't remember, but the DOJ working with German authorities busted like the hugest cryptocurrency bust on the dark web.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about Bitcoin and stuff that's regulated. We're talking about the one that they use to sell children on the dark web with the Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, I wouldn't be surprised if they used my tip, National Center for Exploited Children, to make that bust the other day. You just have to go to that cryptocurrency bust. It was from the other day. I think I sent it to you, and you can probably.
They're not going to give you credit for it.
They're not going to give you credit for it because it shows that like civilians that aren't getting paid
any doing credit for that. I just want to make sure that children are no longer exploited on the internet.
Yeah, as long as they do something, we don't care if we get paid or not, because we're not in it for the money, and that's what people don't understand.
Me, I don't want credit for anything I do. I just want Jonah to come home. I want all this to come home. I want to come home, you know.
If they credited you, they'd have to show all your evidence.
Hey, you're breaking up, Jay. They're busting up your signal. You are not there.
Oh. You know what? I'm not surprised. It's all to shut me up. I'm still going to speak regardless if they do it. So I'm ignoring it.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good.
But like I said, oh, that's all right. I'll bust their balls anyways.
We bust their balls every day, all day long. And that's why they hate us, you know, whatever.
Right. But like I said, I'm going to not shut up about what I'm speaking about for anybody. Like I said, you know, so we're waiting for Lori to get on here. So she should be on here very soon.
And ask her, I'm going to be like, yo, it's not a time difference issue now.
Yeah, it's like an hour ahead, hour and a half ahead. And you guys, we're on the same timetable, but she's an hour behind.
She's an hour earlier.
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah, so
we talked about it though, and then she was like, "Oh my God, I don't know what's going on."
But she was ahead; she'd be in the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like California's 3 hours behind, but she can explain it more. I hope everybody can understand what I'm saying about the MK Ultra.
So, how long have you known her?
I've known her since last year, but I was in some group like End Child Trafficking, and I met her. And she was added into a group by my whistleblower friend from Australia. So my whistleblower friend from Australia is like wicked awesome. Like she's going up against the Board of Education in Australia, like blowing the whistle, and you know it's big corruption. And I give her a lot of credit because Australia, if you think about it, pay attention to Australia because the Hillsong is going to be the start of all the pedophilia coming out. The Hillsong resignations. It can, because we're going to talk about Jonah on a different next time on a different live, but it correlates to Jonah's trafficking coming out. Houston, now you're seeing everything resign from Hillsong. Jonah's trafficking is coming out. So this has everything to do with it. Morning Star Church in, I think, Fort Mill, South Carolina, was in cahoots with the Australia Hillsong pedo cult. So they were working together to get Jonah. You know, CNN plays a big part. CNN, I think, what was it, Griffin that we talked about a while back that got arrested for child sex trafficking? He was the one tracking down Jonah, and that's why you've seen Jonah on LHN. So it was basically a scheme to steal Tammy's son.
Right.
You know, so CNN plays a big part. You know, like I said, Jonah and his mother come from the Vanderbilt bloodline.
That's why.
Yeah.
So
that's
with
why.
somebody or the traffickers had people try to reel Tammy into the Biltmore, and she knew that it was a setup, so Kamala plays a big part in this. So CNN and the media.
Gilmore and Billy Graham and all that is like a huge part of all of this church and royalty trafficking, and people don't really realize how deep
Right.
Vanderbilt
The Merovingian
Billy
bloodline, that's what it is.
Graham
It's one of the 13 bloodlines. And if you notice Queen Antoinette, the wedding thing she wore, do you notice how one of the Biltmores were wearing, one of the Vanderbilts were wearing Queen Antoinette's wedding thing?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's great.
Wedding veil. So, like I said, Anderson Cooper Vanderbilt is a Merovingian. So this is one of the hidden bloodlines that nobody knows
Agent
about.
Gray Fox.
Yeah, it's the bloodline
Silver Fox. That's his name.
Right. And the Merovingian bloodline, something like that. It's the bloodline of Jesus. And what they're doing is looking for the descendants of the bloodline of Jesus. Huh?
Yeah. The Moravians are Mary Magdalene's
Yeah,
bloodline.
that's what I was saying. Yes, that's the name. But it goes back to biblical times. So they're looking for the descendants of Jesus. That's what they're looking about. This is what all this COVID swab testing is all about. And all that stuff, the DNA is about finding the bloodline of Jesus with the descendants that link back to the Nephilim.
Yeah, well, they found us, but they can't do anything about it.
Right, and they're looking for the negative HR, negative blood type.
Yeah.
And that's a really rare blood type. They're looking for those from the bloodline of Jesus that have the God gene that you explained, that you mentioned.
AB negative is that God gene code thing.
Right. The the RH negative bloodline means they're immune to corona, like everything. So, usually these type of people have a prosthetic gift.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking for the people that go back to the Nephilim, the fallen angels and stuff. They're looking for those type of individuals that they can basically seance the demonic entities from the cult. So Jonah was one of their chosen victims, being trafficked to bring in the demonic entity with the cult. So Jonah was taken by the Satanic Ninth cult. So like I said, the traffickers of Jonah are connected to that Satanic Ninth cult.
Yeah, it is.
It's RHAB negative.
RH, A negative, B negative is the rarest.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those ones too are the bloodline that they're looking for.
Those are separate bloodlines.
Okay.
I'll show you later.
Xander is saying that AB negative is different than A negative, B negative.
It's AB, RH.
Very correct.
And then there's a different RH. I forget what it's called, but
they all correlate to the biblical times, how they're looking for the descendants of the bloodline of Jesus. Because the bloodline of Jesus connects to France, which is, like I said, the French monarch.
And Mary Magdalene.
Yep, Mary Magdalene come from the that blood. What's the name of the bloodline you just said? Merovingian? Yeah, that's the bloodline they're looking for. Mm-hmm. So then what correlates to the bloodline of Jesus is the House of York, Sinclair, Clan Sinclair, so that's another place where my bloodline stems from. Clan Sinclair from the Scottish monarch. From the Sinclair bloodline. I'm related to Tammy and her son Jonah through her father Earl, who is a Sinclair, Smith Sinclair.
Mm.
So on my mother's side is Smiths and Sinclairs, which the Smiths are the hidden Sinclairs. So I have a bunch of Smiths who are the Sinclairs on my mother's side of family. So my grandfather will be related to her father Earl from a Sinclair bloodline.
I didn't know that you and Jonah were related until last time. I guess I didn't.
Distant relatives somewhere down the bloodline, yes. And you guys are familiar with the Virginia company. Captain John Smith, the one who named all the New England states. Yeah, I'm a descendant of him, and he was a Sinclair from the House of York. So, the Virginia company plays a big part in East India Company.
Mm-hmm.
So this correlates to the Virginia company, which most people don't know. It's a secret company in the United States, which means all the railroads, all that stuff. So this plays a big part, the Virginia company. So we're talking.
They're still a secret company now.
Right. So basically, my bloodline comes from Jamestown, Virginia, the very prominent families in Virginia. So I found this out like a year ago, researching my mother's bloodline, because my grandfather would always talk about Captain John Smith. So, and he would mention King John, like a great relative of King John. So this is the same bloodline as Pocahontas. So,
You're crawling, so you're not on video.
But the ritual abuse, why the bloodlines play an important thing is because this is generational in these families.
Right.
Generational.
Yeah, it is.
It's never happened to me. I sympathize and empathize with people that were ritually abused. That never happened to me, but I do advocate for human trafficking survivors that were ritually abused. So, and MK Ultra Super Soldier survivors, I also advocate for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and most
so
of those
we're just waiting for my homegirl to get in.
Yeah, us too. Well, most of those MK Ultra survivors don't even know what happened because most of their memories were wiped.
Right, because they have something that erases their memory and they can't remember. So when you see some of the Hollywood actresses or actors not remembering, it's because their mind was completely wiped fresh.
Yeah,
and this is what MK Ultra does.
It takes a lot.
You might want to message her or something and see what she's doing, because I told her, she said about a half an hour. I'm like, girl, it's past the half an hour.
She told me 5 minutes, like 20 minutes ago.
Wow.
I think she probably wants to, make a collage thing. And I'm like, so once she comes on there, I'll be in the comment section and I'll come on, after she's done, when she goes on her cigarette break, and I'll make a collage thing of showing how we're both related to the same bloodline.
Right.
Lori, where are you?
Yeah, and some people never remember what happened.
Right, as Jen said, some of them don't remember in their 30s or 40s when they're grown adults. That's very true. Thank you, Jen, for making that point. She's very right on that.
Yeah.
Everybody's waiting.
When you split personalities like that, and you split a person's being,
right, like Kim Noble. Remember the lady who was making the really like ritual abuse drawings at Comet Ping Pong? She's a survivor, MK Ultra. She's a survivor, and she was drawing those pictures that you see at Comet Ping Pong, the really disgusting pictures, and she was showing what they do to children when they're trafficked, like the most horrific stuff. And I said, I don't know how anybody doesn't see how like this is the Luciferian Brotherhood we're talking about. They're worldwide, and now we all have to come together to, be conscious and awake. We're just brushing off MK Ultra. Oh no, it's not real. Then you are desensitizing it, basically. Like, it has to be talked about. The ritual abuse, snuff films, they all have to be talked about to wake the masses up. We can't just sit there and let's really call child porn for what it is. It's child abuse material, videos and photos. When you call. All right, so I'm going to get off and explain the thing. I'll let you guys talk there. I'm going to be in the comment section.
Okay.
Hello, Lori.
Can you see me?
Yep.
We can see you.
We see
Yeah.
you. We hear you.
Okay. I have to hold my phone because I couldn't figure out the new lighting thing. Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Hello, Lori.
All good. Our lighting's always fucked up. It's all
Welcome.
good.
So I'm gonna
Thank
get
you.
off of here. So when she goes in for a cigarette break, I'll come in once in a while because
Okay.
you know. So I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna let
It's gonna
her
get
have
wild
it.
here, guys. Trigger warning.
Hello, Lori. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hello. All right.
Trigger
Woo,
warning.
it's a good thing I'm a makeup artist, honey. I got ready fast. Sorry for the people on the audience that have been waiting for me.
It's all good.
I'm trying to figure out this camera. Let's try
There we
this.
go. We got you.
Okay, good. Okay, so sorry to be late. I thought it was 8 o'clock. I thought it was 9 o'clock my time.
Yeah, I know.
So
It's okay.
I wasn't even listening to Jay, but I know my good friend gave me a really good introduction.
Yes, she did.
Sure.
I didn't take any notes. I want to thank everybody in the audience. They came on to support me. I really appreciate it. So is my face clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Let
Okay, good.
everybody know that this is the first time that you've actually put your face and everything.
Yeah. This is my first time I put a face to my story. The first time I told it, I was just shaking. I was so glad it wasn't on camera. And, you know, I've been through a lot trying to find a place where I was comfortable telling my story. And you guys are like family. So I feel really comfortable.
Oh, it's
Well,
awesome.
thank you. I mean, we try to provide a safe space here, you know.
Okay. And I just want to say that Tina has permission to show my photos. Tina and Xander, Predator Hunter Nation, has permission to show my injury photos and documented injuries photos on YouTube.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool.
You're welcome. So I'm going to start in the beginning. I wasn't listening to Jay, but I'm pretty sure she talked about the royal bloodlines because she's an expert on
She
that.
did. Yeah. She loves talking about
And
that.
that was the missing link for my story. When I met her, she said, "Do you come from royal bloodlines? Do you come from the bloodlines?" I said, "I don't know." And so the last interview I did, it was a big leap to say my parents sold me to the cabal, because people are like, "How do you know that?" And now I know from what Jay has taught me that that's why I was targeted, and because I come from an extremely gifted family. And by that, I mean psychic medium, which I've never used. I keep that thing locked down tight. Premonition dreams, which I choose to call vision dreams because that's in the Bible. And let's see, medium. And I see the angelic and demonic realm, or I have seen. I don't see it all the time, but I have seen it.
I think that
And
comes with their bloodline, and that's why they've tried to eliminate us or like put us in labs.
Yeah,
together.
Definitely. So on my dad's side, he is British, from England, or he's not from England, but he's British. And on that side, my bloodline is the York family, which is, Jay could correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that's the bloodline of Jesus.
It is.
And then on that side, it's also the royal house of, I can't think of it. Okay, there's one.
Well, you're the house of York.
Moravians
Moravian
bred with the Yorks,
right?
Which is Mary Magdalene bred with the Yorks, which is
Yeah.
Jesus.
And Plantation, House of Plantation on that side. And then on my mother's side, we recently found out, we thought my grandmother was adopted. She was orphaned in World War I, I think. Yeah, World War I. And, or it might have been II. Anyways, we found out one of my uncles did a DNA test, which I would never recommend or do, but he did. And he found out that we thought my grandmother was Sicilian. But we found out that she was half Sicilian, half German Jewish. And we didn't know about that part. So that goes back to, and then my grandfather is full blood Calabrese from Calabria. They were both legal immigrants. They came here on Ellis Island. And that side is House of Orsini and House of Habsburg. So those are all royal bloodlines.
Right.
And I didn't know about the House of Habsburg until recently, but it makes sense. So there was just generational abuse and gifted. And what I figured out is it's very common to have some mental health issues along with the gifts, because they're a gift and they're a curse at the same time.
They are. It's a family curse, right?
For real. Like when I have premonition dreams, vision dreams, they're about multiple people. I am so uncomfortable when I have them. And that's the curse part. And so I go to the Bible for edification, for clarity. And what I do is I take every marks out of the Bible, I flip it over upside down, I flip it and flip it and flip it and open. And that always, every time, explains my dream. They're usually about multiple situations and multiple people. So I don't have them all the time, but when I do have them, I know. And if you've ever had those kind of dreams, you wake up with that startled feeling and a feeling in your gut.
Oh,
so
when you have them, they matter. Right.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I come from a family with generational abuse. I suspect, even though my mother never admitted it, I suspected she was sexually abused because, well, my dad was only in my life till I was 5. And then my mother married Jim, who was a pedophile. And I refer to him as the pedophile. And when he started grooming me at about 8 years old, and it went on and molesting me, my mother took an art class, so he was with me. He got off work earlier than her, so there was plenty of time. And he encouraged the art class. So, you know, and I'm sure he did it to have time alone with me at night. And so there was regular oral sex going on. And one time he talked me into letting him sodomize me. And I know he did that so that I would still be an intact virgin. And the grooming, he would tell me to go have relations with my playmates, my girlfriends. And we're talking at 8, 9, and 10. It went on till I was 11, and then come back and tell him about it. He told me that it was better to be bisexual because no matter where you are, you'd have a partner, which let me know he probably was incarcerated at some point to say that. He showed me pictures of interracial intercourse. And I mean, that was very shocking and graphic for, you know, a 9-year-old. He had adult films on. This was about 50 years ago. Okay. So he had a projector with pornography that he showed me regularly. And, you know, the grooming happened. Now, part of my story is I believe I was targeted because of these gifts. And I talk a lot about my handlers. My MK Ultra handlers are Gil Garcetti, the current mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, and the mother, Suki Roth Garcetti, who I believe Roth is shortened for Rothschild. There is a Roth Foundation, kind of like the Clinton Foundation, I suspect. And basically, that's the name that Ted Gunderson never mentioned in the CIA and Satanism, because he said He said, a household name politician who has run Los Angeles for the last several decades. So now it's been 50 years. And people said, can you name that person? And he said, no, I'll get sued. And that person is Gail Garcetti. He was district attorney. He was assistant DA during the McMartin preschool trial, which was, I didn't take notes. McMartin preschool, I believe, was from 1988 to 1991. Mm-hmm. It took place in Manhattan Beach, and my son was in preschool during that time, and I had no idea of that trial because I was working 10 hours a day. My son was young, and I also went to 12-step program. So my day was full. I was lucky if I could catch Cheers at night, or Taxi when it was on late. So I had no idea until I heard Ted. And my son was in preschool in Santa Monica during McMartin. And I questioned him recently. And I asked him, because Santa Monica is about a 40-minute drive. It's a coastal town. It's about a 40-minute drive from Manhattan. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No, the dog is pawing at me. And so I turned.
You can bring the jog on.
She's like, pay attention to me.
So before I go any further, one thing I really wanted to say was, if you get nothing else from my story, I've been able to go through all this trauma and abuse and torture and grooming and MK Ultra torture, trafficked, and I got through it still having my love, light, and joy, and my relationship with God.
For that. Like, and that's
Thank
why
you.
You're here. Absolutely.
It's so precious. That's one thing that you have to hold on to, and it takes work, and it takes it. Yeah. And you have to fight for it. Like you'd fight for your life, because in my opinion, if they get to take your joy, which is part of the reason that the occult and the trolls come after you, because they see joy in your eyes and they just want to claw them out.
I keep saying it. Yes.
What?
They're thieves of joy.
Oh yeah. They see joy in your eyes and they just want to claw it out.
I know.
And they can't take it.
No.
We can relinquish it periodically, but if you lose your joy and you get upset and you get lost, you got to get that shit back, because you got to guard it with your life and keep your relationship with God. Absolutely. Because if you give up your love, light, and joy, you're just like any other miserable fuck on this earth. You're just like them, and they win.
You cannot let them steal your joy, ever.
Definitely. So, back to my story. I'll go into my childhood a little bit. On my first interview, I got a little graphic, and I really don't think that's necessary. One of the reasons why, while I grew up in a very bad part of Los Angeles, I was the only freckle-faced, blue-eyed kid at my school. Yeah. But I grew up with those kids. So, I'd get in a fight every 4 or 5 years. And with all this stuff going on at home, when someone puts their hands on me, I've always gone crazy, Also at home, there was the beatings and any excuse for the beatings. And the beatings happen with the extension cord to the percolator coffee pot, or a green switch, and eventually they made a paddle. So the beatings would happen, no underwear. I've never been able to grab my ankles, and my stepfather would scream at me, grab your ankles. And what's showing when you're trying to grab your ankles and you're 8 or 9? It's pretty obvious, So I would have welts from my waist to the backs of my knees. And so in junior high school, when I was about 11, I forgot that I had those welts. And, you know, you start PE and you got a shower. And of course, they noticed the welts. Mm-hmm. So I would go in, I ended up in the principal's office with the police there. Right. And, you know, like every other pedophile, he said, you can never tell the police because they'll put me in jail. And when I get out of jail, I will come looking for you. I will find you no matter where you are and kill you. Right. So when the police were there, I was really minimizing it. And when I needed them, protective services wasn't even in existence.
Yeah.
You know, 50 years ago. So not that they're so great now, but, you know, at that time, a little less than 50 years ago, I went and reported with a friend. The pedophile was trying to groom one of my friends. So we went to the neighboring town. We went to Carson Police Department, and this was in the 70s when cops were still they weren't nearly as corrupt, or they didn't seem as corrupt as they are now. Some of them, not all of them, but I believe that there are military police nationwide that are desensitized to women and are trained to do whatever the corrupt politicians want them to do whatever CIA wants them to do, to torture women. And for a man to torture a woman, he's got to be pretty desensitized, you know. So I believe the military police are nationwide. I've actually seen them, and the ones that I saw.
What do you mean by military police?
Different, like a separate police force that handles MK Ultra, that does the bidding of the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them. It's all the same thing.
Okay.
So
can you explain to our viewers real quick what MK Ultra to you is, like, and how you're part of it?
Okay. So my handler, I know my handlers, the Garcettis, because I made Gil Garcetti lose a case. I was a witness for a high-profile attorney in Los Angeles, and the attorney told me that was my testimony that made a unanimous. The jury foreman had told him it was my testimony that made a unanimous not guilty verdict, and it was noted. And had I known that he was going to come after me and get, you know, 3-letter agencies involved, I never would have testified if I would have known what was to happen. So I had no idea. So he waited. At that time, I was clean and sober for many years. I was really active. I had a really good therapist who actually, before she got her master's for counseling and therapy, she was a supervisor for protective services. So when they were called on me one time, I said, do you want me to take my clothes off, my son, so you could see, you know, that he's not bruised or anything? She says, oh, no, ma'am. Peg Troy called us, and that was my therapist. And I had no idea. I mean, if I would have known that she was a supervisor. Anyways, I had strong people that were in my corner. And I just want to note now that people think when they admit to having mental health issues that it's a weak thing. And those therapists and those doctors and those social workers will come out swinging for you if you're an earnest person trying to change and get recovery, which I was. So,
well, sometimes
MK Ultra
is.
Well, no, not always. Not
what?
Always. It's sometimes, you know, because they're not always for you. And I've known people that have gone into the mental health facilities and either haven't gotten out, or when they have gotten out, you know, there's no support for them. So, you know, it's good that you had that experience, but not everybody does.
I've been in treatment for depression, bipolar, and anxiety for 30 years. Mm-hmm. 25 years. So what happens, I believe, with the mental health, and I'll go into the MK Ultra in a minute. I want to answer your question. With the mental health, I believe that in some families, and it happens in mine, if you don't treat bipolar, it will progress with the older you get. It can progress to schizoaffective, to psychosis. And then if you don't treat that, it goes into it could go into full-blown sociopath.
Right.
And if anybody's ever seen the movie that Angelina Jolie won an Academy Award for, Girl Interrupted with Winona Ryder, it is a really good example of a sociopath. And there's no meds. I mean, a sociopath is like a really extreme narcissist that's even more affected. So I feel really fortunate, that I am treatable with meds, that I have mental health that is treatable. And when you go in and you treat your bipolar or your depression or whatever you have, it stops it from progressing right there. Right there. But I've known people that haven't treated it, namely my aunt. She was a very stubborn Italian. She didn't treat hers, and she went into full psychotic schizophrenia. And she wasn't violent, but she hallucinated a lot of things, and nobody helped her. That she had a small business and she had a condo, and they took it, and her daughter didn't help her. And I didn't know what was going on at that time. Had I known, she was a 4-hour drive from me. Los Angeles is not very far from Las Vegas.
Right.
So, I would have been there. So every now and then they would let her out of the mental health facility, and she absolutely refused to take her meds. Yeah. And so they would let her out to halfway house, and she would wander off, and she would be wandering around Las Vegas for weeks at a time. The police would be looking for her. So do I take my meds? Hell yes. Okay, but but for the grace of God go I. So MK Ultra is a CIA program for mind control. And the whole goal of MK Ultra is to torture a person so much that their mind fractures into multiple personality disorder. That is the goal.
Yes.
Yep.
So, and at that point, our government, CIA, has technology where they can implant without you knowing, because when you go into an altered state, thank God I didn't get that. And I'm one of the few survivors that didn't. And I'll go into that in a minute. But the government has the capability, and this is why they brought over from World War II 2,000 Nazi scientists, because they wanted the mind control technology so nobody else would get it. But really, they've been using it on civilians since the 50s. So the goal is to torture you so much that your mind fractures, and they have had the technology since the 50s from those scientists from World War II to implant a personality that they control. And there's different levels of it. And when you hear of people going and shooting up schools and killing themselves, that's an MK Ultra operative.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
just to overcome their tactics.
Yeah. So I believe that I didn't fracture because when I had my son, I was so terrified that, I knew it would transfer. That's what happens. And so I dug in, and was not only clean and sober, I did Al-Anon with the focus on adult children. I did my grief work. It was called Second Stage Recovery, and I was really blessed. The ladies that surrounded me were the original pioneers in AA that they talk about in the big book.
Oh, wow.
I know this because I would ask them to sponsor me, And they'd say, no, I won't be your sponsor, but I'll take you through the steps. And after 3 people, I'm like, what's up? Because people, they love to sponsor people. And these ladies, and this was back in the late 80s, mid to late 80s. These ladies were 25, 30 years clean and sober. And they said, well, when we were clean and sober, there was nobody ahead of us and we had to sponsor each other. So later on, I figured out they were the actual pioneers, and they were so wonderful to me, but I'll go back to that in a moment. So I believe the recovery that I did 10 years of therapy. I was continuously clean and sober for 13 years. Mm-hmm. And all that outside work I did, we formed little groups that were self-help groups. And the work that I did saved me, because I believe it saved me from getting multiple personality disorder, I believe, because the big chunk of my abusive childhood I had already worked on. So when they were torturing me, the issues from that weren't really coming up. It was just current. Mm-hmm. I also believe I was trafficked when I was younger. I was sent to one foster home down the street, and he was into S&M bondage, and he had me tie him up at 12. Mm-hmm. He had me tie him up as tight as I could and beat him. And he had a crush on my mother. And so he would call me my mother's name. And luckily they were down the street from where I grew up. And because he came home drunk one night with this guy, and he said, this is a policeman, and this is an agent, and he's going to take you to jail. Mm-hmm. And I had the flu, and the guy felt really bad. He's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So he shot him. He didn't shoot him dead, but he shot him. So my foster mother ran out of the house, and he had a shotgun, and he tore down the door like the guy had broken an entry, but he tore down the inside of the door. So he pointed a gun at me, a shotgun. He said, now it's your turn, bitch. And he cocked it, and he was going to kill me. The cops walked in right at that moment. I was like, thank God, thank God. And I had the flu where I was kind of hallucinating. And so the cops grabbed him, and they saw him aiming a shotgun at me. And so my foster mom went up the street to get my mother, but it's like, you fucking left me there with him after he shot someone in a drunken rage, and probably drugs too. Yeah. So yeah. So at that time, back to the MK Ultra. The goal is to fracture your mind so that you can be whatever they want you to be. So these people that
is fractured with experiences like you just explained, right? Like that's
when your mind is fractured, you have multiple personality disorder, because when your mind fractures, you leave. It's too much stress, and it's
too much stress. You leave, like you're gone when stressful events like you just described.
Yeah. And when you're in an altered state, you don't remember. It's kind of like having a seizure. You just kind of come through. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I know I don't have multiples is because I never lost track of time. I have in a brief blackout from drinking, but it wasn't days.
That's not the same as trauma.
No. Yeah. So in the photos that I sent you, and you don't have to show now. We'll show them at the end, if that's okay with you.
Okay,
that's fine.
Yep.
And just to let the audience know, the photos I have are from only being in custody 5 days. They had my ex gave me up, Jeff Pedrati, might as well name him. Jeff Pedrati called the police and let them know that I had an old warrant, which is no longer there, thank God, and that the Garcettis were looking for me, and that I had a fake ID. Now, and he was trying to have me whacked, you know, and because he wanted me out of the house. And I was like, how could I not have seen what a narcissist, probably sociopath? I mean, I thought he was bipolar.
Yeah.
How did I not see that, you know? So anyways, yeah, he tried to have me whacked. And for those that don't know what that is, I'm sure you've seen the mob movies. That means killed. That means so one of the pictures has a scratch. I actually called 911 and the cops came and arrested me. And Hawaii, I lived in Hawaii, and that's the ID I had. And I was living under the radar. I didn't even get a California ID. I didn't get any like public assistance. You know, it took a lot of trust for me to go back to California, knowing that Eric Garcetti was the mayor of Los Angeles, and I lived in Northern California. So the charge was misinformation, but he made it sound like the cops acted like my ID was from a basement somewhere, you know, that was manufactured. And the truth of the matter is, and they finally figured this out, the truth of the matter is Hawaii made a mistake on my date of birth and I never fixed it. And so it was a misinformation is a ticketable offense in California. I never should have been taken in custody. And so when I was, they put the handcuffs on me so tight, I couldn't even get in the car. They had to loosen the handcuffs. I was bawling. And there's my ex watching the whole show. And I thought, this is it. They're going to take me to Los Angeles. And they were going to finish killing me. They were going to finish their snuff film, which I'll go into in a moment. So, because I am one of the few known survivors of a murder snuff film, and identify the person running it. I used to work for Avenue Entertainment. That's, you know, anybody who does a background check on me, well, that comes up. And that is an independent production company. We did the movie Drugstore Cowboy back in, I think it was late 80s, early 90s. So it was pretty big league, you know? So I know how to identify who's running the movie. I know what camera lenses look like. So I'll go into that more later. So Garcetti waited for me. Gil Garcetti waited for me to relapse. And I lost my best friend, my closest friend ever, to cancer, but I lost her because she was in denial that she had it. And I didn't even find out till about a month and a half before she died. And I never lost anybody close to me. So I got involved with the wrong guy. And I was at a girlfriend's house and I thought she was my friend. And I'm pretty sure they paid her to relapse me because she was smoking coke, and that was my drug of choice. And I hadn't done it in 13 years. So she goes, oh, you want some? And I was over there supposed to be lighting candles, praying for, because she said she lost someone, praying for my friend. So I had just lost my best friend, and I never experienced grief like that. And her son was my son's best friend. So she went to a church that told her that when she found out she had breast cancer, that she didn't need to treat it with Western medicine, that she could pay their practitioners, you know, a New Age church. And I believe they killed her because they talked her in, and her AA sponsor, who also had tumors, talked her out of doing Western medicine. So by the time she went to the hospital, the social worker was crying.
Is
And
she an
she
organ
said,
donor?
not that I know of. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. She was teary-eyed, and she said it's metastasized into her lymph nodes. And I later found out that meant that it was too late. And so they did a surgery and removed the tumor, and within a month it grew back even bigger. I mean, it was just too late. And her boyfriend is the one that told me. She didn't tell me. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, because Lori knows I've got cancer. You would have drugged me to the hospital. I'm like, you damn right I would have. So that was traumatic also, because her son and my son were a few months apart, and they grew up together. And the kids were like, I think 9 or 10. And so after she died, you know, I had told my son, you know, you're going to need to be there for your friend. You know, he's going to be sad for a long time. And so I had him, my son, ready to be there for his friend. And hi, sweetie. To be there for his friend. And
Sure.
my son's best friend, Brian, was shipped to Oregon. And so I relapsed. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, and I had, in the industry I worked in, I was a makeup artist for the entertainment industry, and I had been around it many, many times, but that gave me a false sense of security. And so she said to me, oh, you want some? And I said, no, that's not enough. She says, how much is enough? And I got a 1/4 ounce. That bitch had a 1/4 ounce of blow within a half an hour delivered to the house. And she was never that generous again. So when I did relapse, it's like I never stopped. I thought, oh, well, I'm going to have, you know, at least I'm going to enjoy my high. And I mean, as soon as I took it, it was like we learn in AA and in Cocaine Anonymous that, well, you're in recovery, your disease is doing calisthenics, getting stronger. So if you relapse, it's like you never stopped, and it's worse. And it was. So Garcetti waited for me to relapse because, of course, I didn't have all those people that have my back. And at this time, I didn't know I was depressed. And I'll go more into that. I didn't get treatment for a few years later for depression, anxiety, and bipolar. And so we were talking about the MK Ultra. So Garcetti waited for me to relapse and came after me in jail. And that's the way it had to be, because I'm a very, very strong woman. I grew up scrapping with lowrider vatos, okay? Before it was in to wear your pants like that low and stuff. Anyways, not that I judge, but so I'm very capable. And the type of program, they have different programs for MK Ultra, and the type of program that I was in was called Super Soldier, and that is tortured to the point where a super soldier is a government assassin. So how that would have worked is they would have given me my command, and my command is my full maiden name. That's why I still have my married name. Just like that movie, The Manchurian Candidate, how his command was his first, middle, and last name. That's my command for MK Ultra. So, and I know this because, like in court, they'd say my first, middle, and maiden name, and I would just freeze. Mm-hmm. And the bailiff would have to pull the chair out. Like, come on, got to go before the judge. And so the goal is to fracture your mind, implant a personality that does whatever the government wants you to. And it's a CIA program. It's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
And a lot of the celebrities, all the celebrities are under mind control. Every last one of them. The media. I remember one person that blatantly got reprogrammed was Alex Jones. And when Alex Jones, and I'm not a fan, I took what I could use and leave the rest with him. And I'm pretty sure he was a deep state operative because he claims to have gone in Bohemian Grove and filmed. And from what I understand, there's Secret Service, there's corrupt Secret Service everywhere, and you cannot get in there and film. There's no way.
Oh, no.
There's
Nobody breaks into the Grove.
No. And for people that don't know, Bohemian Grove is like Bilderberg, and that's where the politicians that run the world decide who's going to be the next president. And there is a sacrifice there that is really obvious. If you've never seen Alex Jones' Bohemian Grove, I would recommend it. So it was during President Trump's presidency when my phone just went dark. Can you still see me?
You're frozen.
Okay.
But we can hear you.
I'm frozen?
You're frozen, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
It'll probably catch up in a second. Sometimes it does.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, where was I at?
Bohemian Grove.
Right. There's no way anybody can get in there. I mean, I've heard of people going and, they decide what wars we're going to get into, who's going to be the next president, who's going to be the next prime minister. I mean, all the big decisions are made there. And they have to go there. So I'm going to jump ahead. During the Kavanaugh hearings, Alex Jones had just lost his shit, and just was going off. Yeah. And I saw them take him into a side room and not allow any cameras, and they reprogrammed him right there in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol.
Yeah.
And I saw it. They took him in a room, and they said later that no cameras were allowed because when people break programming, I'll give an example. Like when Britney Spears shaved her head and then she started swinging, I forget what she had, at a car. And right before she got conserved, I believe she is breaking programming, because when you're controlled for so long and you break programming, it's like a violent reaction. Like you have to fight so hard. And so the reason why they had to MK Ultra me in custody is because, well, I'm 5'8" and slim. I'm 185. My arms are longer than my 6'3" ex fiance. Right. And I grew up scrapping, and so I'm not a woman you could just grab and put in a van. Like, right. It's going to be loud and people are going to get hurt, because in California, we're not allowed to have guns. So you have to be your own weapon.
Right.
So it happened in 3 different jails. And I want to go back and say something about my childhood. Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm going to take a break.
That's cool.
And I do want to say that I want to thank Patriot J. Oh my gosh. The missing link was the Bloodlines. And she asked me when I first met her, she said, "Have you seen the demon?" And I was like, what the fuck, And I said, not for a long time. And, but yeah. And she told me that what the cabal wanted, and I have loved Jesus for 30 years. I am one of those purists. I don't judge others because I found my God in AA, and you have to be respectful of everybody's sect and denomination and walk of faith. And I am, but for me, having the profound experiences, which I'll talk a little more on, I believe the way that I believe. And since I came from a family of the occult, it's like oil and water. So, when Patriot J told me, what they wanted is for you they wanted you to contact to summon the demonic, which goes into, why I was targeted for the gifts, because to do that, you have to see the demonic and you have to be a medium, a clairvoyant, psychic. And so, more so a medium, I believe. And so she told me what they look for is children that see the demonic, and they want you, what they want to do is they want you to summon the power of demons for them. Yeah. And let me tell you something. When she told me that, I was pissed for days because I was so mad. And there's no, I mean, I don't even use the gift of being a medium. I mean, I have that stuff locked in a box with chains around it. You know what I mean? And me sitting on top of it, because I knew that if I exposed myself, I couldn't control the outcome and I would be attacked by demons. And so the only thing that I have allowed, and my mother groomed me with the occult too. But I am going to take a break, and I don't know how to do that, so I'll probably just set my phone down.
No, just turn off your camera and your mic. I think we all need a break because some of the stuff you're getting into is
triggering
those of us who may be part of the same shit you are. So I think we all need to do it.
I'm sorry. I mean, wounded kids attract each other. And I'm really glad that I met you.
I think our bloodline is magnetic. We sort of have found each other through cyberspace. Like how the
wounded kids and God's warriors find each other.
Yep.
And when you have, everybody has discernment of spirit, but when you have it really strong,
look at this.
You can read people and you know when they're good and bad. So I'm going to leave it there because Patriot J can explain more about what they do with children with the gifts and seeing the angelic and the demonic. And I want to say that there's a few things about the high profile case that Patriot J has been working on for how many years? Years and years. And he saw the angelic and the demonic, and I see the same, except for I am so I'm so strong with God that when I pray, I don't even pray for angels. I pray for Christ. And so I have this gift of clearing evil spirits out of houses. And Tina, we talked about that, and I know you guys have that gift too, because I remember you had said something about, being haunted, and I'm like, if you need some help, let me know. And so
I'm a walking exorcism.
Amen, sister. Amen. So how do I turn my mic off? I have no idea.
No, look on your settings. It has a microphone and a camera.
Lower left where your picture is. You can.
We're all taking a break. We all need breathers.
You can remove yourself.
I don't blame you. This is a wretched story. And I just want to say that I haven't written a book because I feel like it continues the terror and the torture. And I don't want to scare people, but knowing how I survived this.
Wait till you hear our story.
Please tell it, because I don't know it. And
I will.
I would love to hear your story.
When the child's in jail.
I know that we're going to be, there are people that are in your life for a reason, a season, or life. And I know we're all lifers. And you know, I'll go into how many, I mean, people would be shocked if they knew, I would say 3/4, if not more, of the survivors, and especially the people that claim to be predator hunters, and at least 3/4 of them are lying.
Yeah.
And they're trolling the good people.
Mhm.
And I just want to say,
traffickers. That's the most fucked up part.
you
Like,
do not mess with God's anointed.
exactly.
And we're God's anointed.
That's
And
why they attack so hard, though, because they are demons and they recognize the anointed.
yep,
And so they focus and put them in this tiny little bubble. And then there's like 100 other people they can focus on, but they don't because they're not anointed and they're not gifted. And so
they're just, a lot of them are on drugs. They're not, they enjoy a lot of people that are bipolar, they enjoy the manias like they're high. So they don't get treated. And, you know, so I am going to leave it with seeing the angelic and the demonic. And Jonah Reef saw the angelic. And I remember when I listened to his mother's testimony, she was so well-spoken and so bright. Mm-hmm. And I remember that she said that Jonah, what was he, like 2, 1.5, 2? He was saying, "Mommy, they're coming. Mommy, they're coming." And she didn't understand. And he knew. So I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to let my dearest friend, Patriot J, I love you, girl. You have been a godsend. And
I know. I have my times where I'm like, yeah, but you know what? Sometimes I need me time to myself. But I've been working on this case for several years, and my investigation links back to the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. So when it all comes up, you're going to see many politicians go to jail for Jonas trafficking, guaranteed.
Hey, Jay. Can you read the comments and answer?
Oh, I couldn't yet. I will after.
I need a little break too.
I just told people in the comments, don't do Ancestry and 23andMe. It's not what you think they are. You know what they can really use that for? They can use that for organ harvesting. If somebody needs a organ, they can say, oh, that person's makes a match. Like, don't do that. Go to the archives if you want to learn your bloodline from your mom and dad's bloodlines. That's the best way, because there's so much hidden history in the archives. I sent you guys a picture of my grandfather and King John. They look absolutely alike.
Yeah.
You can show that at the end, and they're gonna be like, "Wow, it's actually right." My grandfather looks a spin image like King John.
Go ahead and take my picture and look through my facial structure through history and see what you find.
You know, but the archives are the best way you want to look up your bloodline. Do not do Ancestry and 23andMe. They're not what you think they are. Mm-hmm. The enemy can use that for race-based bioweapons, like you don't know, and the government likes the DNA and it goes to China, or all these different databases all around the world. So you don't know what they're doing with your DNA when you put it into 23andMe and Ancestry.com. You don't really know what they're doing with it once you swab, So the archives are the best way to look up your bloodline.
Right.
But we all have an ancestral curse, from our ancestors. So, I'm targeted since I was a kid. My bloodline goes back to the Salem witch trials where they were persecuted and hung, and stuff. So my bloodline goes, I face my ancestors' curses from the Salem witch trials. So now I have to break that genetic curse from my mom's bloodline. I haven't found out what my dad's bloodlines are. I know it's Ireland, but my mom's bloodline goes back to Italy. The house of my DC, I don't know how you say it, but it's like a prominent Italian family in Florence, and it all connects to the house of Orsini, house of Farnese, house of Albertini, all these bloodlines. They're very powerful, evil bloodlines that want a new world order. So,
So, can you see the comments?
I can't. I have to go in the comments, and I have to go on the. Okay. Yes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Barbara. I always have trouble. What the name of it is, but yes, Barbara just said in the comments that's the bloodline that connects to the house of.
I'm taking a break, Jay. I need it.
All right.
Be right back.
Yeah.
These people
But I
have
like.
no idea, like my story yet. I need a
Right.
break.
So, I hope no one remembers what I'm about to say next. But yeah, I see the comments. But
scratched you? Don't get the footage of cat.
No, I was laying on Liam's bed and the cat was on top of it. But then Liam carried it away.
The cat scratched her beautiful face.
And she fell in it and she crashed me.
Aww.
Because it's okay.
Mods, we got trolls in the comments.
Hey. All right. Yeah, it kicked me out. I'm like, how the hell do I get back on here? But I finally did. I'm like, oh, I finally popped up on the screen. So I don't mind the trolls because, like I said, my main focus is to make sure Jonah is rescued and the survivors' voices are heard. I could give a shit less about the trolls. You don't pay attention to the
Exactly.
trolls and you don't pay attention and entertain their fuckery, they leave you the fuck alone.
I know. Well, we have like trolls streaming us right now. So
That's all right.
Reviews, because the
Can you
people
hear?
who are curious are watching the troll channels, but whatever.
That's all right. Doesn't bother me.
No.
I've been
But-
trolls before. It doesn't bother me.
They do not have permission, so we will strike them later.
Learn something.
No, but before I was cut off, I was explaining how people need to go to the archives to look up their lineage of their bloodline, because when you do these databases, it's used for nefarious agendas. So please don't use Ancestry and 23andMe to do that. It's connected to Google, and that CEO of that's connected to Google, she's connected to YouTube. So imagine what they're doing with your DNA after you swab it to Ancestry.com and 23andMe.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so like I said, Lori's from my bloodline, the House of York, and so
Hey,
is
Lori.
Jonah. So
Are you trying to come in on another account?
I am.
Okay.
There we are.
I'm like, what is she doing? Oh, what? I see
So
it.
let me talk about the troll for a minute. I mean, you know, here's the deal. You do not mess with God's anointing. We don't even have to do anything. The biggest lie the devil ever tells. I'm hearing an echo. Oh well, I'll deal with it.
Hey, you're echoing because we got you in two. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it sounds like the alien thing, like an alien talking.
That should
That's
be
better. That's
Yeah.
better. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Sounds like you were yelling
Everybody,
over a loudspeaker and it was echoing.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, like our phone calls, right?
Yeah. So
yeah, they're DNA databases, and they're looking for the certain blood types, and I think it O negative that they're looking for.
A negative, B negative.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's more than just negative blood. Realistically, it's bigger than that. It's people who have the negative blood type that they're looking for. Like I said, these elites are looking for people with a spiritual gift, a gift that they can summons the demonic entities. This is why you like the children. A lot of the times, human trafficking, notice the high profile thing like Jonah, Summer Wells, they have spiritual prosthetic gifts. Summer Wells comes from these royal bloodlines. So one of her parents is from the royal bloodline. I think it's her mom.
Doesn't Jonah come from like 13 of them?
He comes from all the Rockefeller, Kennedy bloodline, Lai, Reynolds. He's related to Hollywood actress Joan Collins. I mean, yeah, but there's a Hollywood connection to Jonah's trafficking. So there's people in Hollywood involved in Jonah's trafficking. Oh, this goes very deep. He's the one that will bring out all of the elite's crimes when it comes out. Look at Hunter Biden's laptop. Look at that. Now look who's going to be in the spotlight. Kamala Harris, the camel toe hoe, as I call her, Tina.
All right.
I want to get back to Nicole. You know, when you mess with God's anointed, and that would be everybody who's on this show right now, including Ernie. When you mess with God, the work, we do the big jobs for God. And so if I swear or whatever, I do ask for forgiveness. But when you do the big jobs for God, you get rewarded. And when you get in the way of those jobs, God will smite you every time. And it usually happens quick. Mm-hmm. Some people call it karma. Some people say you reap what you sow in the Bible. Someone has told me that's
I call
debatable.
The chickens are coming home to roost. That's what I call the chickens are coming home to roost.
Yep. So back to the Garcettis. When I found out that when I was in Wilmington, Garcetti, and when I was in elementary school, and mind you, I mean, being the only kid with light brown hair, blue eyes, and freckles, you can imagine when I rode my bike around, I stood out like a sore thumb, you know? So when I was in grammar school, elementary school, he started his rise in Los Angeles, and he was chief of police of Lomita. And I want to say that everything I'm saying, you can research and find out. So when I went to Torrance PD with my friend, and I mentioned the molestation that was going on, I mentioned the mutual oral sex, and I mentioned being sodomized, and this was in the 70s. They didn't even give me a report number. And I figured out later that at that point, that was an indication that I was already sold. They were just like, And in the 70s, when you report something like that, and you're like 11 or 10, they go and arrest people. It's not like today where there's agencies that are involved with 3-letter government agencies like CIA, FBI, you know, thank God they're having arrests of corrupt CPS because there's a lot of nefarious stuff going on there. And God bless, you know, the good cops, and I'm all for the blue. Okay.
Right.
So Garcetti was Lomita is 2 towns over. Okay. So I believe at that point, my mother at one point, she took me to a psychic, and I had a demonic experience there. And I think she was a good gifted person. And she told my mother that I didn't have the gift. And my mother groomed me. I mean, she had me, when I was 8, she had me reading Edgar Cayce books and books about reincarnation. And so I had a demonic experience there where I was sitting there at the psychic readers, and a tall, thin male came in, and he was very dark. And he stood behind me, and I felt a big hand on my shoulder, and I jumped and I turned around, and there was a cat, a black cat with its paw on my shoulder, and I realized that that was probably a familiar. And for people that don't know what that is, a familiar is an animal that witches and people in the occult, they have a familiar to do their dirty work for them. So I saw him one other time.
May I interject? Whoever you are, the troll, you need to shut the fuck up and listen. That's your problem. You have a mouth for
What's the name
speaking,
of
the
the
ears
troll?
for talking. I don't really care because I'm sorry to
No.
act out of character,
Jay.
but
Jay,
when
what's
I'm
the name of
the
speaking and
troll?
she's speaking about the MK Ultra, you need to shut the fuck up and listen. That's your
Jay.
problem.
Hey,
What's the troll? Because we can't see him. They got us blocked.
I'm just saying,
Oh,
I'm looking
really?
at comments and this is people's problem. Listen, you're never going to wake up. You don't shut the fuck up and listen. Sorry, guys, but go ahead, Lori.
I can't even see your fucking comments, so I don't care. And let me tell you something, okay? An MK Ultra super soldier is a government trained assassin. Okay, and so, you know, I don't need to train and go dark and stealth in because God's gonna get you. The biggest lie the devil ever says is that black magic and the occult is stronger than the power of Jesus.
yeah, right.
And God kicked Lucifer's butt out of heaven because he was an angel at first. He kicked his butt out of heaven centuries ago, and he's been kicking Satan's ass ever since. So try all you want. You cannot touch the anointed. And I will never give up my love, light, and joy. And you can want to scratch my eyes out all the time. I'd like to see you try. Okay. Now I want to say, when I went to that police station, in hindsight, and there was never any report, I called to ask for the report many years later, and they said, "Oh, we dumped the files. We didn't have microfiche then, and we dumped the files every 10 years." So that was an indication. So when my mother took me to the psychic reader, and my mother used to say stuff like, we would have conversations telepathically. And I finally had to tell her, Mom, I don't remember any of that happening. So my mother was full-blooded, well, she was mostly Italian. And she was very reserved, a very reserved woman. Well, she screamed for hours, so mad that that psychic told her I didn't have the gift. So the reason why I figured out she was pissed is that a child that's gifted can be sold for more money.
Yep.
Okay. So then he brought home a really old Ouija board. And I was like, I want to say 9 years old. And she's like, oh, can you see the power? Can you feel the power of it moving? And I really wanted nothing to do with it. And I just walked away. Well, my mother took it in the room. And about an hour later, she came running out with that Ouija board looking more panicked than I've ever seen her look. She went and took that Ouija board and lit it on fire in a trash can, lit the whole trash can on fire.
I don't blame her.
Right.
Okay, so she brought that Ouija board in for spirits to attack me. And guess what? I was protected then. They attacked her instead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she was so panicked. That was so not out of character for my mother. So, you know, she was furious that that gifted person, I guess that would have been the official nod to the Garcettis and all the corruption and, you know, the cabal. She was furious. So the only place I was really trafficked at, you know, they look for children, especially back then. They look for children that are really gifted and straight A students. So I was sent to a good foster home. And they probably thought that they would find out if I had, there was no indication at that point that I had a photographic memory, which I didn't find out till I was in my early 40s. I lost my train of thought. It'll come back. So, they looked for the most gifted, and see, I just smoked pot during high school, during junior high and high school. And thank God the neighboring town was zoned for horses. It was actually Parnelli Jones, the race car driver's brother's stable, and that was my sanctuary. And those kids that rode horses were my tribe, and I was cleaning stalls to have access to the horses. And you know, everybody thought I was so weird because I loved all those books by Marguerite Henry.
They're awesome therapy animals, for real.
Yeah,
like they
are amazing. They are amazing,
and they totally navigate their whole life on vibration.
When you ride a horse, some people don't know this. When you ride a horse, they can feel your heartbeat through you sitting on them.
Mm-hmm.
They can feel your heartbeat. They know your blood pressure. They know your heart.
They know
rhythm.
everything.
They know exactly what you're feeling when you ride them. So
I'm sorry, Tina. It's whoever's live streaming. That's my reception keeps going in and out. Like I'm on here, so it's to whoever's live.
No, that's the rap kid.
Well, there's probably like 4 different.
No, that's that rap kid.
Go right ahead. Maybe you'll fucking learn something. Let me tell you something, okay?
Somebody mentioned, I hate to interrupt and reiterate, but somebody just mentioned Summer was gifted. I believe so, like Joan, and that's absolutely correct. Whoever was in the comment section, yep, that's right. She was very gifted, so they wanted the same thing like from Jonah to summon in the demons.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, I was so mad.
That little girl Summer had to come from the royal bloodlines, because if she's gifted like that, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, the rap kid.
I noticed that
like that. He was. We have some pretty damning evidence against who that might be, and he's owned by Disney. Okay, so Disney is
pedophile Disney.
Our shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like said, you learned something.
Yeah.
Well, symbolism will be their downfall, right?
And
so back to the
Rap, you're young, and we know you may have been sodomized on that couch for that couch interview, but you know that doesn't define your future. And,
no. And I want to say on that
consequences
that if it doesn't matter. Like I was talked into it. Someone who's 9-year-old cannot give consent, and that is a violent sexual assault. That is sodomy.
Yep.
And so just because you're not injured or any of that, that is the worst violation anybody can ever do. So people want to say, well, why would people be fake predator hunters? Why would people have things that they say they're saving children? Well, there's one thing they all want: the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati, access to children. Mm-hmm. So while they're saying that they're helping, they're actually doxing, gaslighting, and targeting the parents. Because if you're doing good work and you're a fake survivor, that like Fiona Barnett, I'm here to tell you that woman is a fake. And part of the reason why I did my story, when God lets you know who your adversary is, there's nothing else you could think about. At least that's been my experience. So
Fiona Barnett is a fake whistleblower.
Oh yeah.
It's controlled.
Oh yeah. And
you know,
I couldn't get any of those interviews from those places.
Wasn't there a lawsuit or something I read about where she was sued or something a while back?
There was a lot, you know.
Maybe,
I came out with my story.
Hampstead, so it's a fake fucking lawsuit because Hampstead is all psyop.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that Russ Distar, God rest his soul. I have copies of letters that I will post online where he says that Fiona Barnett was a borderline, that all the stories that she told have been on the internet for years. And a borderline will take someone else's story or they'll want to jump in their skin and be them. So Russ Distar said she was a borderline and she takes other people's stories. So I tested her. I tested the bitch. And I started to interview with someone I knew she'd already interviewed. And at that point, I wasn't sure if she was for real or not. I mean, she seems very credible because she talks on so many interviews. And can I tell you, all those places she talked at, they're all complicit. None of them would even give me an email back. And you would think that a victim that has documented injuries and forensic evidence separated in the form of hair and toenails from each jail I was targeted at, and I have it on my little Ipsy bags, okay, separated. That will prove that I was given experimental drugs, LSD, and that I was near fatally poisoned with what I believe was arsenic. Mm-hmm. And arsenic is like a dream for the people, for the murderers, okay? Because it only stays in your blood system for 4 days. Right. And the only way to detect it is through the nails and toenails of when they were infected. And speaking of toenails, the last time that it was about 6 years ago, the last round of MK Ultra in Northern California. So when I got out of there, my lips looked frostbitten from the poison. And it was in the summer in California. And to this day, I still have blue lines, damaged lips. I can't wear any kind of lipstick because my lips were permanently damaged. So
from lack of oxygen or poison?
Poison. Because I was told by a nurse who used to be very bright. She was my corroborating witness. She witnessed me taking a tracking device out of the back of my left knee. And she has a photographic memory, and so do I. So we could go in separate rooms and an artist.
Out yourself?
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So my hearing was so good that me on coke, I could hear down the block. I think God gave me really good hearing because I have such poor eyesight to compensate. So I had photographic evidence of their operation in the firewalls of every hotel in Los Angeles. And how I got that was my ex and I were celebrating my birthday, and there was gifts. And one of the gifts, thank God, was a Polaroid camera. So we had dinner, and for some reason, and I now know that was God, our water was served in like brandy snifflers, like goblets. Right. Okay. So my ex held up, and we were high. Okay. I was in relapse then, but you know, we had money, and I would send my son on a play date. We would go to hotels. So he toasted to my birthday, and he held the glass up, and it happened to be in front of just a regular mirror. And I started seeing images of men's faces. And I went, oh shit. Did my shit progress to schizophrenia? I mean, it really scared me. And so I said, don't move. And I got a Polaroid camera, and anybody who's ever had a picture taken with a Polaroid camera.
See, right now it's being live streamed. I can hear it going in and out when Lori's talking. Somebody's live streaming. Who the hell's the fucker live streaming it?
Probably about 4 or 5 channels.
Who cares? Learn something, fuckers.
Yes.
Okay? We are
Maybe we have some
untouchable.
angel hackers
We
in
are
here
fucking
that will
untouchable.
finally
Should I
hack
name
these
names?
motherfuckers.
Betty, you're a big mouth fucking fool. And everything that comes out of your mouth is utter trash. Okay?
Hey, who's Betty?
And I know your
Former
sidekick.
Betty? Is that who you're
Hold
talking
on.
about?
And I know your sidekick, who I will refer as the platinum penis. I know that platinum penis is with you.
Who are you talking about?
I can't say at this time.
Oh,
Can I
will.
say?
I will,
Oh,
because
fucking-
guess what?
Go ahead.
Penny L.A. Shepherd, 3 weeks ago, somebody close to her tried to sabotage Tammy Reef from trying to find her son. Yeah, Penny L.A. Shepherd.
Yeah.
Who claims she's best friends with Tammy? Okay,
No,
let me
she's not.
tell you
Tammy's
about
my cousin,
Penny
so
L.A.
watch
Shepherd.
Penny.
While we're bringing that shit up, okay. So my name was given to her, and we were supposed to have a phone call, and so she was grilling me on, will you have a bunch of names? And she called me when I first woke up, and I was like, take it easy.
Oh, Lord,
and
here we go. Brace for this one, folks.
yeah. So this was this last year, maybe last year. So she's fucking coming at me, and I'm trying to be polite. And when I told her I had forensic evidence, she said, you need to get rid of the DNA. And I have camera shots of our conversation that'll prove this. You need to get rid of the DNA. Bitch, I am the only motherfucker with forensic evidence, okay?
Yeah.
And you want to sabotage my case?
Oh,
Why?
right.
I'm the
Penny,
only one with forensic
Penny
evidence.
Shepherd, why the fuck would you tell her to get rid of her physical DNA evidence?
You know why?
Why?
Because it would make her more fucking credible. And she's latched on to a high profile person. She is nothing but a low level handler.
Trying to steal your story.
And so she
Is that what's
also,
happening?
huh?
Is she trying to steal your story? Is that what she's trying to do?
Oh yeah, I was going to go into that. Oh, absolutely. So, so I said to her, she said, oh, well, she was being nice, and I was actually
She
listening.
was like,
Because
you're
I'll
not
just,
Patriot J. I said, excuse me, and that's where she'll get into it.
oh yeah, her initial conversation was, Patriot J is not who you think she is. And I am best friends with Tammy
Fuck
Reef.
you, Penny.
And Patriot J, and I have all these camera shots, okay, of our conversation, our text. Patriot J, Tammy doesn't even know who she is. And I'm like, Patriot J has been a godsend to me in enlightening me. I had no idea about the bloodlines until she told me. I had no idea about seeing the demonic. I didn't even know about Jonah Reef's case. The name rang true to me. So
Yeah, we didn't either.
so Penny said to me, I said to her, I said, you know what? She's been a godsend. And when I'm friends with somebody, I'm loyal to the death.
Right.
When someone is there for me, especially since my family hasn't been to me, that's very priceless and very something I treasure. And I said, if you have something to say to her, you need to talk to her. So she tried to backtrack and backpedal. And she's like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm damn right, I'm right. So then I just let her hang herself. I just listened. And she said, oh, well, what you needed to do is you need to do a blog, but do a fake name and don't name names. And you need to name your blog what you're going to name your book. Excuse the fuck out of me? Did you just really say that?
All right.
And so
Sorry,
she wanted
to turn away and laugh because that was funny when she said, excuse the fuck of me.
Some of our viewers
Oh,
don't
I
know
just-
who Jonah Reef is, and Jonah Reef is the cold case kid that solves many.
Yeah. Well, I had wondered, I mean, Tammy, okay, so I want to finish up with Penny. And so when she said, throw away my evidence, that was like, I switched to MK Ultra. I'm
yeah,
like,
it's like,
I switched to MK Ultra. I go, excuse me, throw away my fucking evidence? I said, very
Oh,
telling,
Lord.
Penny. And she says,
Penny, did you do that?
Oh, I just told you to throw away the DNA because witches, with witchcraft, they could attack you. I said, I am so strong in Jesus. Demons cannot come around me. Okay. I was in a recovery home one time in Texas. And the first night I was there, my roommate, I was in my bunkie. She said I had the weirdest dream. And I had just gotten there. She said the devil, a demon, was coming to the window. And when he got to the window, he went splat on the window. And I said, that's because I'm in here, sweetheart. That devil can now come in where I come in. So
what the hell is Naked HD in the comment? What the hell?
Those are porn bombs. And
okay. Like, I'm like, what the hell are those?
Removed. And that's Benny and Rap, which may be actually Molly Golightly's son.
And Penny, I know you're with him. Okay.
They
oh Lord. Let me do my Medea voice. Oh Lord.
And
guys, buddy,
let's just say
responsibility for it.
Your day is coming. Okay.
Yeah.
And you are so full of lies. We know someone with a clearance, and they cannot say my brother is in the CIA. They cannot say that. Anybody who says they're in the CIA is a fucking liar. Okay, so the fake victims, back to them, all the trafficking, the people that are doing interviews, all the trafficking kids, all the moms go to them for help, and they just re-traffic them. So getting back to Fiona Barnett, I set her up, and part of my story, and I'll get into more, is that when I was younger, I strongly resembled the actress Kate Beckinsale. I mean, I'm 59 now, so of course not now with all her plastic surgery and stuff. But I have pictures that a lot of people have seen. So I had told this person who was going to interview me, and then I found out it was Nathan at Lift the Veil. What a fucking wacko he is. Okay. And so I had told him my story.
Lift the Veil. I haven't seen him in like a couple of years. I know.
Well, thank God. But Fiona knew him, and he was probably trying to find out my story. And so part of my story is that, and the snuff film, which I'll get into in a little bit, they were going to kill me as Kate Beckinsale. And I saw an advertisement for Blair Witch 2. Okay. And the snuff film was in 1989. I saw an advertisement in People magazine when I was incarcerated for Blair Witch 2. Okay. And Blair Witch 2 ended up being a flop. And can I say the first Blair Witch is the biggest grossing independent film of all time, 1.5 billion.
That was out in Knoxville.
So what that means is the Blair Witch Project was a real snuff film. For real. Because if I was supposed to be in the second installment, see, I didn't die. And they pulled their kill switch on me several times. So back to Penny, who I call the platinum penis. Okay. Back to her. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was talking about Fiona Barnett.
Oh, the platinum penis.
As Fifi. So these people do all these interviews, and Fiona was just, I'm sure she would just trafficking. People say, oh, but yes, Fiona Barnett is very impressive with her knowledge of the inner workings of a satanic cult. But guess what, folks? All that proves is that she was in one.
She's part of it. Right. All
that proves is that she was in one. So the next interview she did, she says, I was so stunning when I was a little girl. I looked just like, what did she say? I look just like Grace Kelly.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
says that. She does.
I said, bitch, I got you. She didn't say that. And that's her way of taking part of my story. So with Penny, and Penny acts just like Fiona. And I knew when I came out with my story, people were going to go to her and say, where's your evidence? Where's your forensic evidence? Okay. This person isn't coming on, are they? Okay.
No.
No.
Okay, I
No,
was just
but
curious.
that's another super soldier assassin. Awesome. Somebody we know real life.
So, all the trafficking survivors' parents that are looking for their children, they get all the information, and the children they go to, and is it Stanley Kubrick?
Kubrick.
Kubrick. Well, if you scroll down, he's probably one of them live streaming. If you scroll down, there's pornography on his site.
Yeah.
If you go to his site and scroll down.
Hey, look at Quentin Tarantino. What?
All of Hollywood. You know, you cannot get famous in Hollywood without torturing kids and doing satanic sacrifices, period.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually, and this is someone I used to like. There were photos when what is his name? When The Rock, he turned into an A-list actor when he got the motion picture G.I. Joe. That was his coming out big league film. And he has these tattoos on his arms. And I remember seeing a picture of him where his head was down and all you could see was his arms, and there was a clear, he was submitting. And they were taking photos, and he was submitting to Satan. And you could so clearly see his arms, his shoulders, and his tattoos were a goat's head. It was so obvious. And I want to tell your audience, everything I speak on is available. Mm-hmm. Because the first time I told my story, she said, do you want to use a pen name? Do you want to name names? I said, no. I want to be the survivor that has a real story that people can go and research and see that I'm telling the truth. So I'm going to go back to McMartin. Okay. So you can find this on the internet, and I have copies if anybody wants it. Garcetti was just under, who was the DA? I can't, his name escapes me right now. Ira Reiner. Ira Reiner was DA during McMartin, which was, I believe, a 3-year trial. Mm-hmm. Garcetti was right underneath him. So Garcetti, and this is findable on the internet, Garcetti gets mysteriously transferred to Torrance PD. Now, you would have to know the area to know. Manhattan Beach, where McMartin was, they probably have a holding cell for court there. It's such a small precinct. And so are the other little coastal towns. And the big hub where they would investigate all those kids from McMartin, the hundreds of kids that came forward, would be Torrance. So during the middle of McMartin, he gets demoted on paper, okay, and sent to Torrance to sabotage the case, okay? And the reason why he got demoted was so that politically he was not attached to McMartin, because he's got a boat on his ass. He is so complicit in that. And you would have to live there to know that Torrance would be the big city hub, that a big thing. And the reason why I know he was in control is because it says on that same report that his salary, even though he got demoted, his salary increased, which means he was running shit. Okay. So that's the family. Ted Gunderson actually says that the prominent politician, a household name politician's son, runs the entire satanic pedophile network. Guess who that is, folks? That's the current mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti. So let me go back to the hotel. So I started taking the Goblet of Water. We were at the Marriott in Marina del Rey, which is a pretty fucking nice hotel. Okay. And so I said, stay right there. because I started seeing men's faces and I wanted to know. I was like, oh shit, am I starting to see shit? Did my mental illness, because I'm getting high, progress to schizophrenia? You know, because it runs in my family. So I got my Polaroid camera and I started taking pictures, and it was Eric Garcetti with long hair before he was even councilman of West Hollywood. And it was a pic, and at first, and it was the likeness of, it was Gil Garcetti with a real fucking surprised look on his face. Okay. Because they were looking down at first they were like this in the two-way mirror. They were looking down at the photos. And then when they realized I was taking pictures, you could see them duck. Okay. The likeness of Gil Garcetti, and he was district attorney at that time. The likeness of him was so on point, dead on, that when Marina Del Rey sheriffs got there, this one says, "Oh my God," when he saw the photo. And he turns around with his back to the two-way mirror and he says, "You better get a really good attorney." And I was like, haha, you know, I thought I was going to be rich from suing the Marriott. And so I would not let staff in there. And I went downstairs and spoke with the manager. I said, if some person from McDonald's found a camera in the bathroom and got $1 million, how much am I going to get, do you think, for photographic evidence on being stalked and watched by the current DA? How much you think I'm going to get? Don't come in my fucking room. I wouldn't let them come in the room. Mm-hmm. And they didn't come in. And so there were people in the background of the photo, and I believe that if I go under hypnosis, I will be able to draw pictures of the other people that were there too. So I got dressed. I fucking went next door. I fucking pounded on the door, and it was Eric Garcetti answered the door. And I didn't know who he was. He had long hair. He was very young. And there was some tall woman in there, which was probably Amy Wakeland, his current wife, his wife of years. So I knocked on the door and I'm like, what the fuck? And I went in and it was just a normal mirror. But like, we're just having dinner. And I was like, fine. So I went back, and in the pictures, it almost looked like, how can I describe it? Like ghost type of images where it looked like bay windows over the photographs. Okay. And so I later learned that there were two-way mirrors that the police or CIA or FBI puts an apparatus on a normal mirror and it becomes a two-way mirror. So when they take it off, it's just a normal mirror that you look at. So I started taking photos. Hang on, I'm going to get something to drink. I started taking photos in every hotel room we went in. We kept switching rooms. And one place that I went, it was the Ocean Park Inn, which was a pretty nice little place. I just went in, blank TV screen, and I just started clicking. Picture that came clear as day. Eric Garcetti and Amy Wakeland, and Eric Garcetti holding an 8mm camera looking right at me. And the fucking TV was off.
Wow.
So we went to another hotel, and because we figured, we didn't know they were in all of them. So we went to this other hotel or motel, and my ex fell asleep, and I had all the photos. And so I was downstairs at the vending machine, and this guy says, "Oh, you want a party?" And I'm like, "Sure." So I went in, and we did a couple hits of Coke, but my tolerance has always been really high. And when you get roofied, it tastes like licorice. It tastes like anise. And so I could hear the dogs whimpering coming at us. This guy tries to lay on top of me, and I hear them in the firewalls, and I'm worried about my ex who's in the room. And so when I threw him off of me, he went splat up on the wall, almost to the ceiling. Okay.
I love splatting motherfuckers.
He went splat. Okay. And let me tell you who that was. I later, like, oh, let's look at, okay. So let me finish this, and then I'll go back to that. So that guy that was like, oh, you want a party? That was Nathaniel Rothschild. Which is why I believe the Garcettis. I mean, why would the Rothschilds?
You had a Rothschild mount you?
Huh?
You had a Rothschild mount you?
What happened?
Not mount me. No.
No.
He's like, oh, you want a party? And he was like this weird little guy. And he was pretty young at the time. So the reason why I looked up the Rothschilds was because I got a letter. The only attorney I got a letter from was from the Rothschilds law firm in the Bay Area. I'm like, okay. So I looked up the mother. I'm like, motherfucker. She was the nurse that administered cyanide tablets, which I identified in the physician's reference book in the first jail they MK Ultra tortured me in. And I'm like, that was that nurse. And in Los Angeles, she was in disguise.
Wow.
Okay. But I recognize her voice because when you have a photographic memory, it's audio too.
Yep.
I'm back, Tina.
So I went to my husband. I wanted to see if the pictures were still there because we had all those pictures, including the one of Eric with the 8mm camera before anybody knew who he was. And so the door, it had a shoddy deadbolt on it, a shoddy lock. And I was barefoot. 2 kicks, 2 body slams. I was in the fucking deadbolt in the door. And I could hear them scattering. And what I didn't realize is I heard them. They have tunnels in the firewalls of all the hotels in Los Angeles. Every last one. That's their operation. So that's what I was getting photographs of. So there was only one photo missing. And guess what, folks? It wasn't the one of the DA. It was the one of his son, the current mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, holding the 8mm camera. That's the only, and I could see that they got in our room because the fucking wallpaper was crooked. I'm like, you fuckers.
Hey, you
And
think
so,
a lot of this kitty porn is filmed on 8mm reels?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't
Absolutely.
see it anymore. It's out of the chat thing. So,
Well,
I see you.
we know actual victim survivor kid of a man who was high levels in cybersecurity for Citibank, and he was obsessed with Disney. Every minute that he had off Citibank work, he was at Disney. And then he took some of our friends' kids, which are relatives, all the time to Disney. And then our friend's kid came forward and said, I don't want to go there anymore. He hurts me. And then mom was like,
Just like
what?
Jonah.
Right. And then she went in brave as fuck undercover with wires and everything. And the whole like restaurant had undercovers in there and recorded her whole conversation with this guy. And they got plenty on him to go and raid his home. And his home was filled with 8mm silver reels of
Snuff films.
masochism of toddlers.
Well,
the 80s.
I used my gift to arrest a really bad guy in Hawaii. And his name was John Tucker. And FBI was looking for him. He was on the top 10 of the FBI. And I was at a really low point in my life. The only place I could afford was a really bad meth using. People had died. It used to be a hotel and it turned into an apartment. So I felt this oppression, this awful feeling, and it scared me because usually I can rebuke it. It's like, I rebuke in the blood and the name of Jesus, command you and bind you and send you to God. And they have to leave when you use those exact command words. I could not shake it. I could not rebuke it. And I didn't have a TV. So I met a guy there and I watched the news once in like 3 months. I got to see the news. And this pedophile, who was a porn, he sodomized the kids and filmed himself in it. He was a manufacturer of child sodomy porn and probably snuff films. So it showed him in the act, in the look on his face, was just vile excitement. And so his head was kind of sideways. So I tilted my head and I looked at him. So I was on the big island of Hawaii. I was living in Hilo at the time. And I could not shake this oppression. And I thought later that maybe it was the spirits in the building that was bothering me. But it was worse than, I mean, I was so grateful when I found K-Love on the radio, you know, because contemporary Christian or any kind of Christian music, it deprograms people in a big way. It's pretty much all I listen to. Anyways, I felt this oppression. So I had just joined Facebook maybe a few months later. And you know, Facebook says recommended friends. And I don't know if they still do this, but they used to recommend friends that live near you. So here's the fucking guy. And he's in a purple danskin, like leotard with the straps. And his face was changed, like he had pock marks, but I recognize his body and the color. I'm like, son of a bitch. So I called the news station. They said, if you see this guy, and they didn't even know if he was in Hawaii. The only reason why they broadcast in Hawaii is because they saw a Hawaiian phone book in the background. They were looking for him for 8 years. 8 fucking years. Okay. And he was on America's Most Wanted, and John Walsh and all his people and the FBI and all their resources, and a woman that was sleeping on a mattress on a floor that identified him. I called, and I'm not going to say which division, but they accidentally, and there was a reason for this. The news station accidentally gave me the wrong division of the FBI, but they got my report. And so because I know which division, that proves that it was me, because who else is going to know that besides who made the phone call? So I called later that afternoon to follow up, and I called Hilo, and I started talking about it. And I said, I need to talk to the FBI. I need to follow up and find out. By that afternoon, he had been arrested. He lived 40 minutes away from where I lived, and I sensed him. And that was the oppression. It finally broke after that. They found all the kids, and he was arrested. So I spoke with the FBI, that afternoon, and the FBI said, well, it was a Facebook tip. I said, that would be me. And you're going to know it's me. That would be me. And I think, wouldn't you think but it was my tip that led to the arrest of someone on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted, I think they owe me some fucking money. Okay?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Isn't there usually a reward for that? So By the time I called, he was already off the island of Honolulu. They went and found all the kids. Okay, they were in an area called Leilani Estates. And if you remember back when the volcano was erupting, and there was an area where there were all these fissures, and it was in Leilani Estates. And can I tell you, his wife had a degree in geothermal nuclear physics. Okay. And we later I found out they were fracking on the big island. They were fracking not only on an island with an active volcano, Kilauea.
Yeah.
Okay. Right underneath there is the Helena slump. Okay. The Helena slump is one of the most destructive areas on this planet. And if that shelf goes, and you can research all this, it's available in a lot of places. If the Helena slump goes, which is right under where they were fracking in Leilani Estates, okay? And that's why the fissures were coming up, because they had fracked. And they were trying to get that shelf to go. If that shelf went, it would generate, are you ready for this? A 2,500 foot tsunami in every direction that would cover some of Japan, most of Japan, all the Pacific Islands. And by the time the 2,500 foot tsunami hit Los Angeles, it would have still been 250 feet tall, going 500 miles an hour.
Wow.
That means we'd probably have coastal area in fucking Texas. Okay.
That's unfathomable.
And guess what? Guess who owned? There was a geonuclear plant in Leilani Estates. Guess who owned it? The Rothschilds. And they were German. And I bet you they were Nazis. I bet you they were. So I put together later that between her degree in geonuclear physics, what the cabal would love more than anything is to destroy all the properties in multiple states, to destroy everything so they can sell us back the property. They get it real cheap because it's destroyed, and they can sell it back to us. They want that destruction. You know, it's documented in a lot of places that the deep state only wants, I believe it's 150,000 people to populate this earth, and that's it.
Right.
No, it's 500 million, but
it's not much.
What they want out of the United States is they want 100 million people. So imagine how many people, American people, they have to get rid of. So they want the American population down in America down to like 100 million.
Yeah. Well, I know Japan and Asia, when I lived in Northern California, Obama was brokering a deal. They almost bought Yosemite. Okay. National Park. I live not too far from there. So now I'm going to talk about snuff film. Okay. So after I took photos of this operation in all the firewalls, after I got all that photographic evidence, I knew we had to get the fuck out of LA. Okay. So we were back and forth to Northern California, up by my mother's house, where we were in Dunsmuir. Well, I mean, even MK Ultra Kathy O'Brien, who I know was for real, because the scarring that she has in her private is a demon face. It is horrific. If you've never heard Kathy O'Brien's story, you need to listen to it. As she talks about the only place that she was trafficked in California, you ready for this? Yep. Mount Shasta, California. So when I was arrested there, when my ex and I got into a fight, when I was arrested, this was my first round of MK Ultra. my ex started boxing with me, and he kept going down. Get up. And so he couldn't beat me. So he got me in a chokehold. We were coming down from coke. We were drunk, and I really thought he was going to kill me. And so with my long arms, I'm trying to reach for something. I could reach for the knives, but I mean, even in that state, I didn't want to kill him. The only other thing I could reach was a kerosene lantern that was brand new. And I just cracked him with the kerosene lantern, and I was screaming 911. So I was just, when I go MK Ultra into bipolar rage, you know, meds don't work when you drink and use. Meds, your body processes the drugs and alcohol, and the meds never get processed. And that's why they don't work. So even in that state, I didn't want to kill him. So I'm swinging, and I remember this really tall cop. And the last thing I remember was jumping up and clipping him in the nose, right in the face. Because I was just like, they're macing me, and they're trying to knock me out. And so I came to with my breasts exposed in a police car going into Mount Shasta Hospital.
Wow.
It's the only time in my life I've ever lost time. So when I went in there, it was about 11 o'clock at night. And it was one of the few times that I did meth. And I had these weird bugs that were in my nail beds that it was like scabies, but just in my nail beds. And I couldn't get them. The more I tried to get them out, the more they burrowed in my skin. And they were just in my nail beds. And I believe they put those bugs, disease-carrying bugs, in the drugs so they know who's doing the dope. So I was in this, they put me in this chair, that recliner, and they said at Mount Shasta Hospital, oh, you want us to remove those? And I'm like, yeah. So I came to, I felt like I'd only been there about 10 minutes and the bugs were gone. And I didn't remember them taking out. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
So when they took me out the side door, I felt like I'd been there 10 minutes. When they took me out the side door, it was dawn. So I was knocked out unconscious for about 6 hours, from 11 till dawn. Okay. And they took me out a side door to a female police car, and they took me to Siskiyou County Jail. And let me tell you something. Okay. I heard voices so freaking loud for the first time. And I know it was a result of me being knocked out in that hospital. But thank God I could hear their operation in Los Angeles, and it was the same sound. So I knew they were fake voices. And I knew it was the Garcettis. And when I went in that jail, I shit you not, I smelled, my nose went like this, it jerked. I smelled burnt flesh, burnt hair, and burnt rubber. The rubber is from the inmates' shoes. They were burning people alive in there.
Wow.
Okay. And I later had visions of a fire tunnel. And I later had like breakthroughs going through a tunnel with gurneys of dead people with body parts. Long tunnel. And they did something to me because I was about 38 years old, or I was in my early 40s. I was 38 at the time. And shortly after that, I went into early menopause. And I've always been a late bloomer. I didn't even get my wisdom teeth till I was 27. So I shouldn't have went into menopause. So they did something. There weren't any scars. I don't scar that easily. And I just want to say, so I knew they had me knocked out. So I was in a cell that gas was coming out of the light fixture. And all of a sudden, the cell started flooding with gas. It was a small cell. and I'm banging on the door, and the guard opens it, and he realizes that I'm in the kill room. He said, please don't make me shove you back in there, please. So I laid down, and I remember my breathing and my heart stop. And as that was happening, I wrote that I wanted my mother to have custody of my son, because overlooking, there was a window overlooking the sheriff's desk.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw one sheriff looking at a video that I didn't know about of John Benet Ramsey. And I'd never seen it. And she was in clothes that were too big for her. And I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen to my son? And so I wrote a last will and testament in that cell. And so for some reason, my ex was in there, my ex-husband. For some reason, I thought I was escorting him to heaven. So as I went up, I saw a beautiful crystal cathedral, and I wanted to go in there, and this voice yells, no! And so I didn't go.
My God.
And then as I went up, I saw what I later identified. They were
Holy shit, you scared the shit out of me, Lori, when you just did
what? Oh, when I got down, sorry.
Yeah, that scared the shit out of me.
Sorry. But this voice, this smell, no, don't. So I didn't go in there. And then I saw these Dobermans, and they looked kind of like the movie The Mask, when the dog gets the mask on. They had really vicious teeth, and they were moving in spirit, and they were at what I believe is Satan's lair, and it was a thick glass house. And so I kept going up, and this was after I lost my best friend to breast cancer. I couldn't even go to her funeral because I knew that church killed her, and I would have went off, and I didn't want to disrespect her family or her like that. So I didn't even go to her funeral. I had my own little ceremony. Anyways, and then I went up, and I saw the entrance to heaven, and it was a green grassy hill. And I believe it's one of Psalms where it says, who may go on the green grassy hill of the Lord? He who is of clean hands and clean hands and a clean heart. And there's that song, give us clean hands. You know, it's it's an old biblical song.
Mm-hmm.
And I ascended the green grassy hill of the Lord, and I could see lights. And the way they glowed was like, you know, those old Christmas lights, the big bulbs, the glow was like that. And my friend who had died walked over the hill. And I didn't realize that I was the one that was going to heaven. I was the one that died. I thought I was escorting my ex-husband. I thought, for some reason, I thought the only way he's going to get to heaven was if I took him there. So my friend walked out, beautiful hair, young. She walked out, and she took someone's hand, and she went back. And I said, hey, where are you going? And she turned around and waved, and I went back into my body. Now, I have asked multiple really good pastors. I've described everything I saw, and everything I saw, those dogs were the haunted hounds of hell. Okay? That cathedral was purgatory. Purgatory, either purgatory or the entrance to hell. Okay.
Is that what you think now, or is that just what you were told by different people?
That's my opinion of it.
Okay.
But everything was identified in the Bible. The glass house, the way I described the green grassy hill of the Lord. The way I described the lights were just glowing from, it was a hill and I couldn't see what was behind it because it was really tall, but the lights were glowing. And my girlfriend, she went back and I'm like, hey, where are you going? And she turned around and waved. And when I came back into my body, I could hear them say, oh, where's she now? She's supposed to be, you know, a warrior of God. Where's the warrior of God? And God said, Lori, stand up. I'm tired. I don't think I can. Stand up, he yells. When I stood up, those fucking sheriffs all ran from the desk and shrieked like they were on a roller coaster ride. Because guess what? I later figured out that my nurse there was Cookie Roth Garcetti, Eric Garcetti's wife, and Eric Garcetti's mother and Gil Garcetti's wife. She was administering tablets, and a good social worker that I had, a good psych nurse that I had on Maui. She said, she's the one that told me I had a photographic memory. And she said, describe the pills. And I didn't know, but she had a physician's reference book. She said, you just described cyanide tablets.
Mm-hmm.
And after I left there, I could not put a sentence together. I'll write down what happened to me for 3 years. And I had intended on, they stole my son, okay? I went down to get my ex, and when I came back, my son had an open tab on a credit card in the nice motel we were at that had a restaurant, and he was in the care of the owner of the hotel who had a son that was his age, and the principal kept him one Friday, and I never saw him again. Okay, except for I contacted them, and we had one conversation that was monitored, okay? And in that conversation, I said to him, don't you ever get adopted by a Reardon, Richard Reardon was involved, and he was the mayor of Los Angeles, a Garcetti, and don't you trust Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you understand? And they got off. He goes, yes, Mom. They got off the phone. And I didn't speak to him for many years. Well, I had planned on my son joining me in Hawaii, but my psych nurse told me that he would be beaten down every day in school, every day by the Hawaiian kids and the Micronesian kids. She said, don't you bring him here. I was like, oh God. So I had heard that his football coach wanted to adopt him, and I was in such bad shape, and I felt like I couldn't protect him, and I didn't want him to be beaten down in school every day. I mean, I purposely lived in Santa Monica, and he didn't go to LA Unified School District because I wanted to keep my sweet young man. So I just let him go, and I cried for 10 years straight. It was the hardest thing by far. And so here I am. I'm in the beginning of menopause. And a lot of victims will say, oh, they take your eggs. No, they don't take your eggs. They take your eggs to make you, to suicide you. Because here I am. I can't have any more kids because I'm in menopause. I had to give up the only child I've ever had. And I'm clinically depressed. Clinically, I have bipolar 2, which is not the hypo kind. It's associated with anger and rage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, God didn't make me that way. My experiences did. So I was afraid that they were going to kill him in front of me to make me fracture. I just got in contact with my son. I was out of contact with my son for 20 years because I figured if I didn't know where he was, then maybe they didn't. And I figured he was a young man and he was a male version of me, young and strong. And I had several experiences where I was in and out of consciousness besides that one where I had the near-death experience. And I felt like I was I was afraid to contact him because I was afraid that they might have killed him. But I felt like when I was in that consciousness that he would have come to me, he was on the other side, that I would have known. And he never came to me. So I just got back in touch with him, and now I'm going to describe the snuff film, and I'll be pretty much done. So when I went down to get my ex, we bought this truck, and it was an old Chevy Blazer, and it was painted an odd color of blue. So just like in the movie Vacancy, which, by the way, was made about me, and Kate Beckinsale was made to look just like me. If you look at the still shots, she has a prosthetic on her nose. Mm-hmm. She looked just like me, and she looks very different in that movie. She barely has any makeup on. And Luke Wilson was made just like, to look just like my ex-husband. And so, just like them, the truck started giving us trouble. We pulled into a gas station, and there were huge cables underneath. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And my ex, oh, that's just the four-wheel drive. I said, I never saw any four-wheel drive like that. So they did something to the car. We broke down in Pixel, California, which is a gas stop outside of Fresno, California, in the California desert. Mm-hmm. There was dry ice all over the terrain, probably to hide the fact that it was in the California desert. And this was in 1998. So cell phones weren't really common then. And I was shaking like Jodie Foster in Silence of the Lambs. I had a big blue crowbar in one hand and a Walter PK pellet gun in the other hand. And my ex is going, put those down. I'm like, man, the hair on my neck. I never been so scared in my life. And I saw gangbangers creeping up on us in the desert. And let me tell you something. I've never hallucinated. The only time I've ever hallucinated was the 2 times I dropped LSD, and the one time I took mushrooms, and that was over 20 years ago. And by the way, I haven't done coke in over 20 years. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I have kept I've been at CSI. I have long, consistent strands of my hair that will prove probably over 10 years, clean and sober.
Right.
Clean from coke. I have occasionally drank, but I know I have the personality change, so I don't drink in public ever. So anyways, we're in the California desert, and I knew they were gangbangers because it was dark, and I could see white T-shirts and dark clothes and dark-skinned guys, and there was over 200 of them. Okay, at that time, Joe Garcetti was a producer for the hit show The Closer, so he had access to a film crew. Okay, Fresno's 2 hours outside of Los Angeles. So I found the guy on the phone because I knew he was I knew how the Mexican mob worked, and I knew who was running the Mexican mob. I went to school with them. I said, you tell so-and-so that it's this person's best friend in high school, because when a woman comes into her looks and starts wearing makeup at 30-something, she looks a lot different than when she was in high school and a tomboy. So my homies didn't recognize me. Okay, they were probably told some awful shit about me. So they're creeping up on us to kill us. I viewed men with hoods on, rolling up, kindling wood with newspaper, filling up half a semi. So I found the guy on the phone, and I said, you tell so-and-so and so-and-so who I am. And I thought my nickname with the Cali cartel was Lorena, which means the queen. Mm-hmm. I later found out that was the Colombian cartel, and I didn't even know that I was running in Hollywood with Pablo Escobar's crew until I saw, in 2007, I saw him and his brother dead. I'm like, motherfucker. And when I said my nickname was Lorena, this guy fucking almost dropped the phone, and I saw a Hispanic guy turn white. I did gang. I was friends. One of my adopted moms was smack dab in the middle of South Central. I did gang signs for Westside Weemos, Wilmington, where I was from. I did gang signs for Venice Shoreline Crips, and I threw down gang signs from 116 Eastside Avalon Place, where someone who was like my brother was the only white Crip in South Central. The guy did gang signals, so gangbangers stop still, okay? And they wouldn't kill me because I never ripped anybody off. I always bought my drugs, and I never ratted on anybody. And let me tell you something, that paid off in a big way that night. I had soldiers showing me the way out of town. Now, before I left town, when I was standing in front of the truck which broke down, I started seeing images I started seeing images of my thoughts and I never hallucinated, in the headlights. And I was afraid the truck was going to blow up. So I went up and looked, and behind the headlights were round 8mm camera lenses with a bubble in them, about the size of a cantaloupe, a small cantaloupe. Mm-hmm. The truck with the cables that went underneath, that were, in hindsight, were exactly the same cables that they hooked to cameras. The truck was the camera. And the shot I saw when I was in jail just outside of Mount Shasta, California, after that thing happened at the hospital, I lost my train of thought. I'm almost done. I know it's been a long one, and I appreciate the patience of the audience. You guys, I know this is an awful story, but I've never put a face to my story, and I know that good people know when someone's sincere. They know when people are telling the truth.
Yeah. And
so I believe that God had me collect the forensic evidence because he knew I'd have the heart to tell others. So I followed the movie. The entertainment industry follows something called the trades, and that is the Hollywood Reporter and the Daily Variety. That is the Bible. Any movie that comes out. After I saw the advertisement for Blair Witch, and it was us, an aerial shot of us in front of the truck, the weird color truck, and the gangbangers in the desert. Shortly after that, we had means, and so we moved to Hawaii. We had gotten married there, and I was so much calmer there, and it's probably the weed, you know. I was so much calmer there that my ex moved us back, and I followed Blair Witch 2 in the trades. And so this flop came out after Blair Witch 1 was the biggest grossing independent film of all time. Mm-hmm. At the Snuff film, after I called it off, you couldn't see the road from the dry ice. I had soldiers lined up every 200 feet showing me the way out of town. Okay. That's when I saw the military police. And the military police were cops that had jumpsuits on. There was no badge. Mm-hmm. There was just police and a jumpsuit like the military wears. That's why I believe they're military police. So they were going to burn me alive, as Kate Beckinsale, in their Snuff film, and make it Blair Witch 2. Well, I didn't die when they did their kill switch. I didn't fracture. I gave up my son because I knew he wouldn't be safe for me. People that make Snuff films definitely traffic kids. Mm-hmm. So I followed the movie, and instead, okay, they advertised for Blair Witch. Artisan Films got the green light and the money to make the film. When you get the green light and the money, you run to make that film. Mm-hmm. I know this from working in the entertainment industry. They never made Blair Witch 3 until many years later. I mean, like 10 years later. They made it a game. So, years later in 2007, after I told my testimony and they put it in my psych file, and it's still there. I wrote the script for the movie Vacancy years before, and I can prove it. And I have a collage of myself when I was in my late 40s, and it looks, I should have sent you the picture. It looks just like Kate. I mean, you could see. And when I showed my son the photos, I go, honey, look, she looks just like me. He goes, yeah. And I said, and look, he looks just like Bill. And at first he went, yeah, oh my God, he looks exactly like him. I'm like, yeah. So Screen Gems and Sony Pictures made Vacancy. So my lawsuit is against the Garcetti family.
Mhm.
Since I already reported it to the governor's office, I should have went to the attorney general. So I rolled out my whole story and all of my forensic evidence, my corroborating witness, to an attorney here. And he said, you got the biggest civil case against the state of California I've ever seen. It also involves Screen Gems, Artisan Films, and Sony Pictures. So we got the state of California, and I can prove I wrote the script for Vacancy. So I looked so much like Kate Beckinsale that when we were partying, and I've never been really thin unless I do coke, and that's when I look like her the most. And I was in my mid to late 30s. This guy, one of the hotels I went into, I know he thought I was her because he was like, oh, anything you need, if you need anything, if you have any problems, and he's just slobbering, falling all over himself. And in hindsight, he thought I was Beckinsale. I mean, I looked that much like her. And I have pictures where I have age regressed myself. FaceTime, you can push a button that says young teen. I look just like her. So I know I can age, and that is not an easy statement to make. I'm 59 years old. That's not an easy statement to make. I'm programmed to be overweight, so I don't look like her. And also, because I didn't want to show my face on camera. So anyways, I followed those movies. They never made them. And I followed the actors from Blair Witch. Heather O'Donovan Heather Donovan was a pretty girl. And when you're in the biggest grossing film of all times, that catapults you to an A-list actress. And they just disappeared. Nobody had heard of them. And there was a few stupid things online of people where you could tell it wasn't her. And so in the last Blair Witch that came out, I don't know, about 7 or 8 years ago, she never came back.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a massive lawsuit, and God, like I said, God gave me the forensic evidence to prove I was given experimental drugs and LSD. And I know I was given LSD, but I wasn't given enough to trip. I looked down at my arms in one time where I was tortured in custody, and my freckles look like cartoon characters, you know. So I pieced together my story. It took me about a year straight because I researched MK Ultra, and I was like, but it always involves LSD.
Mm-hmm.
So I realized that those bugs in my fingernail beds, they removed, were the same bugs from the series Wormwood, where it is the only lawsuit that was won by the scientist and CIA scientists that developed bugs that carry diseases, and he didn't know they were going to use them on humans in the war, and that's what was in my nail beds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, just the fact that they offered to remove them tells you that, you know, it wasn't all in your head.
Exactly.
Why would they do that?
And so I do want to note this.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in Hawaii and I was hearing voices, which I haven't heard in many, many years, I could tell it was their operation. I recognize their voices. Not as them, but of the voices that were making commands in the firewalls of the hotels. I could hear their operation. Mm-hmm. So I recognized them, and my doctor treated me for the voices. My voices were the same on 800 milligrams of Seroquel, and that is enough to knock a lineman out. I mean, that's double a therapeutic dose.
Yeah.
And I said, they're the same as if I never took them. And he literally scratched his head. And he knew at that time that they weren't normal voices because he couldn't treat them.
Yeah.
And that proves that they were. And also in one of those hotels, I heard their operation, and I broke out in boils on the backs of my legs. And one was particularly big. And I was looking at these boils, and I heard someone in the operation, in the firewall, say, I got her real good there.
Wow.
And I was like, and that's what motivated me to dig the boil out.
Mm-hmm.
And what came out, I now know was an implant. It looked like a tracking device. It was clamped to my skin. It was about the size of an eraser head, round, and it had clamps. And see, when somebody's put in your body, it will naturally work its way out. That shit was clamped to my skin to make sure it didn't work its way out. And also what came out were sponges that look like, and little things that look like they belonged in a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure they tested the RAFD chip on me. Currently, I have lumps all over my back, mostly along my spine, and there's probably 50 of them. And I think that I also have, when I got out of jail, and I was pretty sure when I had the blue lips from arsenic poisoning, when your lips turn dusky, that's known as blue lips, it's from compromised oxygen levels. So like when you have a stroke, your lips will get dusty because your oxygen levels are compromised. So when you get oxygen, it goes away. And the fact that my photos show blue lips out of custody like 5 days is proof that I was poisoned with inorganic arsenic. Yeah. And when I got out of that jail where I was in and out of consciousness, I think what brought me out of it and what kept me alive was I could hear this really nice girl in the next cell being attacked. Like her mouth was being covered and she was getting hit. And that brought me out of being in and out of consciousness. I was always on the end cell, and arsenic is either it can be in something that they put in your food. It's basically odorless and tasteless. It says that it can smell like almonds. It's and it can be in gas form. Okay. So I was always in the end cell, and we weren't let out of our cell very often. So in that particular jail, I was not only cuffed so tight, you know, you're supposed to be able to get a finger through that. I was cuffed so tight, and they had these weird metal brackets around my forearms. And I still, to this day, my wrists, if you feel them, let me see if I can. My wrists have grooves in them. When you feel my wrists, you can feel grooves like near the bone, right up against the bone. There's tendons, multiple grooves that are so painful. I can't even wear a watch. I can't even wear a bracelet. And my forearms, they still stick up today. I don't know if you can see that. Do you see that bump?
Barely. I've got those that you sent me too.
Still, my forearms are 6 years later. So the fact that I have blue lips, that's a symptom of being poisoned with arsenic. And my toes that grew out, they had, and I had photographs of them. I kept them. I clipped them off and kept them. They had blue horizontal lines going through them, growing out, which means I died. I mean, your body starts decaying, and they grew out those lines. And in the photos that you have, I have no makeup on. My eyes are lined in black. I look dead. You can see the blue lips in them, which is a total symptom of being poisoned. When I went to download the photos that I took photos of myself, and I sent them to my corroborating witness on Messenger. When I went to download the photos for an attorney, They disappeared out of my phone.
Oh wow.
Only those photos. Thank God. Thank God I messaged them and they could get the images on Messenger. And you're going to see me in some of them. My lips look frostbitten. My eyelids are swollen almost all the way up to my brow. And in some of them, you can see that my lids are turning purple. And I'm starting to get panda eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they find the kids poisoned and dead with black eyes or that have survived severe poison. And I was only in custody 5 days.
Wow.
So you can, did I cover everything, Jay?
I think you did.
I think I did too. So, God's going to get those trolls and we're anointed. You can't touch us. You can't send demons. Try as you may.
Yep.
Try as you may. And when you mess with the anointed and God's warriors, that stuff's probably already happening to you.
I sent you guys the picture of my grandfather looking like King John. You can show them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I forgot to give them the picture. House of York is
It's the
Jesus'
Sinclairs,
bloodline.
and then you have the Dukes, but mine was King John, and my grandfather looks like him.
There's a guy in the House of York. He was a duke, and he's got my eyes. He's got striking eyes and dark. My hair used to be darker, but anyway, she looks just like King John, and her grandpa really looks like him.
Yep.
There we go. Look at that.
That's my mom's dad. Grandfather
Looks
looks
just like him.
like King John. That's what I was talking about, the bloodline. Remember I was talking about that a few things.
Yep.
Few lives ago, my grandfather looks like King John. He always talked about the royal bloodlines back in, Virginia, Pocahontas and them. So this is, what is it? Who was it? Captain John Smith. That's his bloodline. Captain John Smith is related to, what's his name? King John.
Mm-hmm.
See, I pulled a Lori, forgetting stuff. Thanks.
Well, this has been a long live. It's over 3 hours.
Live, and you have a lot of information in your head already. It's totally understandable.
So the moral of this story is don't ever give up your love, light, and joy. My biggest, fondest wish is to find an attorney that will take my solid case and charge the Garcettis for what they did to me, because I can go under hypnosis and an artist can do a rendition of that whole family torturing me, being my nurse, giving me cyanide pills, the photos. Russ Distar's wife, God rest her soul. Leave her name was
they
Cheryl.
died of COVID a while ago, and he had
Mysteriously.
a lawsuit. He had a lawsuit.
It was right after they won the $3 million lawsuit from Daniel Lee, defamation of character.
That's the one. I've been trying to think of who it was, but
it was Daniel Lee, and it was Craig Sawyer, and it was Russ Distar. I thought there was another one, but Daniel Lee, he was outed. Timothy Homeseth has been outed. Fiona Barnett has been outed.
Talked shit about Ernie the other day.
Who?
We were like, Timothy.
Homeseth.
People were sending us like these links of Timothy talking shit about Ernie. We were like, what the fuck?
That guy. We found that guy before we ever heard of Ernie, and he just smelled like he was full of shit.
Oh, I gave him my story. And he didn't do shit. Okay, and I need to say this too, because I can prove my story. And this is to the platinum penis and anybody else. You take my story and you do. And that's Penny Shepherd. Right. Penny, you take my fucking story and I will not only sue you, I will train militarily, and there is nowhere on this earth that you will be able to hide. Okay, you cannot take a story where someone has the documented injuries of being poisoned, who has forensic evidence in each jail that can prove what they did to me.
Right.
And if you want to show the pictures, you can. Don't ever lose your love, light, and joy. That is the most precious thing you can have. And don't ever think that God is not stronger than the occult, because that's what they fear the most. And that's why they can't touch any of us.
What Penny will do is, like, she'll try to threaten you with, oh, cease and desist. No, bitch, you was doing that to me, so you need to cease and desist with my cousin Jonah's story. I'm not playing with you, Penny.
She plagiarized Dave's work. She blocked her from her group and plagiarized. But I'll tell you what, when we were texting and I switched on her, when she told me to throw out my evidence, I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. She blocked me so fast. And thank God she didn't talk to me on the phone. If the stupid bitch would have talked to me on the phone, I wouldn't have had camera shots of every fucking thing she said. To destroy my case. You better not take not one word. And I told her, you were not allowed to talk to me. You were not allowed to share my story. And she was presented to me like she had a podcast that I was going to go on. And you know what? Anybody who's around Penny, she's a handler. She's a pathological liar. She's off her rocker. And when she runs out of things to say, she talks about QAnon conspiracies. And Ed Opperman discredited Fiona Barnett because Fiona Barnett's book was all QAnon conspiracies. And when I came out with my forensic evidence, people went to Fiona, and guess what? There was a report. CIA actually dropped the documents, which I have, and there was a report on RT News, which recently got blocked over the war, but it doesn't matter because I uploaded all the PDF documents where the news story was CIA admitting to MK Ultra torturing inmates and people in hospitals. They dropped the documents because they did, is it a FOIA? Is it a FOIA they do against 3-letter government agencies? The Black Vault. The Black Vault has all of it. And the Black Vault did a FOIA. It's either a FISA or a FOIA into CIA. And CIA.
Do you know Katie Groves?
No.
No.
Does she go by a different name?
Isn't that the girl that was talking about Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory?
Oh, she's the one that said she was in a snuff film.
Yes.
Yeah, she's one of those.
The underground thing. The Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory is right near Fort Hood military base in Texas.
Yeah. She was a military brat. Grew up her whole life. And she's from Austin. Y'all should probably know each other. She is a real life, for real deal, not faking it, whistleblower.
Right. Cool. Well, that's what I'm. I'm a federal whistleblower, and I can prove the existence of MK Ultra.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody's ever had the evidence. No other victim has forensic evidence. And I'm going to end here. When that story came out about when the story came out on RT News about CIA dropping documents admitting to MK Ultra torturing inmates that were hospitalized and people in psych hospitals, Fiona Barnett disappeared off the face of this earth. And I was like, oh, this corroborates. Oh, fuck, this is another green light on me, which is a hit. And that's when I left the state of California. And I was so desperate to come to Texas because God always told me to come here. I figured maybe there's less corruption or whatever. I came to Texas to stay with a Facebook friend, which I do not recommend. Right. But you know, I just
Katie. You should seek out Katie. Katie, go ahead.
She's not far from
well, if you have info, I'd be glad to talk to her. And my fondest wish is to get a big settlement and make treatment centers. And I'm going to write a book because I'll make lemonade out of lemon. I will identify my story. I didn't want to write a book because I felt like it continued the torture, but I will identify my story and I want to write a treatment program of recovery. And my fondest wish is to build hospitals and staff them with people that actually know how to treat the victims.
That's what we want to do.
What we want to do is we want to, not necessarily a hospital, but we want to provide
treatment, like property,
a property where people,
facility kind of
who
stuff.
have survived stuff like this can go
with alternative.
and just live.
Like a good ranch.
Yeah, it's like alternative therapists.
You know,
Not like
horse therapy. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I have a good idea of how I survived. So I'll probably, if I ever find an attorney that will go against the deep state, my case is worth so many millions. I mean, it involves so much.
That's the problem. Finding someone
with the ball.
Struggle is real. We're there with you.
I actually thought about going to school and becoming a paralegal to represent myself.
You gotta take the bar.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
but I'm hoping that God will show me the way on that. And I am just so grateful that I have joy in my life, that I enjoy my life. And you know, when you lose your joy, you got to get that shit back as quick as possible.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And Christian music, I'm going to tell you, Christian music deprograms the satanic MK Ultra. And
we
I
like
always
a Christian
know,
metal band.
Huh?
We like a Christian metal band.
Christian music deprograms the MK
No,
Ultra.
metal.
That's part of it.
Christian metal. You should listen to the goddamn Gallows.
yeah, that's good shit.
Sounds good. So,
Punk,
you can.
heavy metal, Christian.
So I know this was a long, awful story, and I want to thank the people that hung in there. And you know, God gave me the evidence because He knew I'd have the heart to help others. And I'm going to start as soon as I charge my oppressors. I'm going to start a class action lawsuit for trafficking SRA victims, MK Ultra victims worldwide.
Good.
Awesome.
That's why God had me. That's why He whispered to me and had me get the evidence, because He knew I'd have the heart to help others.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on.
We're really proud
I can't
of you.
believe
That's
I only
awesome.
had one cigarette break in 3 hours.
Yeah, me too. It's crazy.
I know.
Well, you did really good, and I know you
Thanks.
were nervous and stuff, and it's hard to tell your story, but that's part of the healing process. As
Yeah,
you know.
it is.
You did.
Yeah, and I didn't even make
Well,
notes.
we
I hope
can
I made
say
sense of
goodbye.
it.
Yeah, this is Falcor.
So are you going to show the pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
show the pictures.
Okay, that's me. My lips they look frostbitten. And my eyes, oh, I got a low battery. Let me plug in my phone. My eyes, if you notice, they have black lines underneath. That was not from makeup. That was about 2 days out of custody when my lips were damaged. And if you look at that photo, I look dead. You know, people that know me say, you look dead in that photo. My eyes are swollen all the way up to my eyebrows, and they're starting to turn purple.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
From the poison and from the torture. That is the backside of my knee where I took an implant out of where I popped the implant out of the boil.
Did you keep
wow.
it? Were you able to keep it?
No, but it doesn't matter because I can go in hypnosis and I can draw it.
Right.
I can go under hypnosis. Russ Distar's wife said, I said, you know, the kids at McMartin, they went under hypnosis and they identified the people that did this. And I said, can I do the same thing with my photographic memory? She says, you bet your ass. Yes. That is my injured, bruised, and swollen wrist and forearm. And if you look closely, you can see the scarring down towards my wrist from the other handcuff abuse. And you can see that was the defensive wound that I had when I called 911 and I was arrested instead of my ex. And I was put in jail for a citable offense. That is, those red spots are where the skin actually ruptured from the circulation being cut off, and you could see the big bruise, and that is there's 2 bruises there, and that is from the brackets, the metal brackets they had on me. I researched, and they were illegal. I couldn't find them anywhere, and they were about, they would have the handcuffs on really tight, and then the brackets around me, and they were about 2 inches wide. So you could see the bruises from where the brackets were.
Right. Was that bracket bruises there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the red marks are the skin pops, and that's what happened. You know how when you lose circulation to your eyes, you get the red marks in your, people get the red marks in your eyes. That also happens to your skin. Yeah, those are my forearms.
Mm-hmm. That's the last one.
No, there's another one.
Oh, that's all the.
There's another one that shows my blue lips.
Tina,
That's
I got 7 of them.
that's all we received.
Yeah, let me see.
Let me see.
Something else here.
Shit. Okay, where are you? Uh-oh. What did I do?
Yeah, I just got 7 of them. Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Is it this one? You shared that one, didn't you? You shared that one.
No, maybe not, because that's. Oh, not that one. It's this one.
This one?
Yeah.
Is it frozen where she is?
I'm getting the photos where you can see my blue lips.
I was about to say it's frozen.
I got that
I think we
one.
got the missing one here.
It didn't send.
There it is. Right?
Is this it?
Is that the one?
Where the tongue and the lips are bluish?
Yeah, I think so.
Hang on. I can't see. I'm entering it. I should be there. There I am. Okay, let's see what you got.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see my lips, they're swollen
Yeah.
and they're lined in the bottom blue. You can see those lips are blue.
Right.
And then the other one too.
They're definitely bluish, not
Oh yeah.
red, pinkish. And your tongue
Yep.
too.
And that's after 5 days I was out of custody.
Wow.
So when I got oxygen, my lips should have normalized.
Mhm.
That is
Right.
proof I was poisoned.
Huh.
I don't know how to get back in. Can you see me, Jay?
Add her back in.
No, it just says an M.
We just can't see you. We can
Okay,
hear you.
well, that's basically it.
Huh?
And, nobody else has forensic evidence or documented injuries consistent with MK Ultra torture.
Mhm.
So you can call me all you want. If you tell any bit of my story, I can fix it all with forensic science. And I'm coming for you.
Right. I hear
should.
you.
You should.
Same.
You know what? Since I had whoever it was live streaming, notice how when they seen I got mad, they stopped. Whoever it was, they cut it out.
They don't want to fuck with
Well,
that.
there was one other thing. In Jonah's case, Kamala Harris was at
Don't
the
fuck
top
with
of
Ernie
everything.
on Ernie's page. Like they'll fuck with me or Xander on Ernie's page, but they don't come to our shit. And fuck
Yeah.
with us. It's weird.
Yeah, ours is
Well, Kamala Harris, certified mail from a good judge in, I believe it was South Carolina.
Mhm.
And I had mail that was decertified. So what I have in common with him, with Jonah, is that I see the angelic and the demonic. I
Mhm.
come from the line of Jesus, bloodline of Jesus. And I sent that letter at the end of Bush's term when I was in Hawaii. I finally was able to write down what happened to me. I sent a letter to Attorney General John Ashcroft. Certified airmail return receipt. I got no response. The only response I got was investigated from the state of California. I sent one to Governor Gray Davis too. So about 2 months later, I got blank cards that weren't even postmarked in the mail. So, haha. Yeah.
Mhm. Now, I would talk more about Jonah's case, but I'm not allowed to because it's so high profile. There's an open investigation. So, you know, it's the federal national investigator lawyers where they have a military intelligence background. They know they are doing a open investigation. Like the teams are worldwide. So, no, I'm on one of the worldwide teams. So, you know, like I said, it's going to come out and you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff after Jonah's case comes out. You're going to see like more pedophilia crimes come out because it's going to take for Jonah's case to come out for the masses who are not awake to really understand that the ritual abuse and everything was real. I hate to say that, but
Yeah, definitely.
you know, and like
I
I
mean, we'll
said,
never believe it. I mean, you know, Ernie can be on live and blood shoots out his face and they still don't believe shit. So, I mean,
right.
we're only going to believe what they want to believe, you
Well,
know,
that's
Well,
true.
thanks to our good friend Deb,
capable of
she tells us
comprehending.
the only agency that does not pull up. And I ain't saying which one it is.
So but like I said, you'll see Jonah's thing. If you want to listen to his mother talk on the thing, you have to go to Podbean. I think it's what it's called, and you can listen to it. And I'm mentioned right on radio, and I'm mentioned towards the end of it. And you know, so I don't know what Penny Shepherd's talking about, but bitch, you can shut up. Okay,
Sit the
because
fuck down.
I was mentioned
Blonde
twice.
penis, platinum penis.
Oh
You
Lord.
and shove it. And I do go to God and ask him for forgiveness for my money.
Lori came up with the platinum penis. I died laughing when she said that. I'm like, platinum penis?
Oh, and men,
All right,
don't feel
ladies.
safe.
On that
You're not
note,
safe either with me because I'm not only a super soldier. My arms, my reach are more than my ex, who was 6'3".
yeah.
And when I flip, I launch like a rocket. And the only person that was stupid enough to put his hands on me went to the fucking hospital twice. And I apologized. And I felt bad because I have a conscience. But don't feel safe because I'm a woman. Because you not.
People like, you remind me of Lori. I think y'all are related. It's like, that's funny because me and her are very similar with the personalities, as you see.
Oh my God. I call her the mini-me.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they're loving when they're loving how you call her platinum penis. The comments, they love how you called her platinum penis.
Oh, they did? I
Oh
didn't
my
see that. I'm
God.
going to go back through the comments. Sorry I didn't get to answering anything. I will try
Man,
later
we
on.
gotta make up names for these fuckers that are funny, or we'll just like want to hurt them.
I call her Penis Shepherd.
Oh my God.
The shepherd of the penises.
Y'all are terrible. Tanner's like,
Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, man.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. I know it was a long
thank you
story.
for coming on
Jade.
and sharing your story. It was very brave, of you, and thank you for trusting us to bring your story to
Oh,
life.
you're the only ones I trusted through the
I
years.
know. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I know you're a fellow White Watcher.
We are the warriors of the light.
Amen.
Absolutely.
So now they stop making all the, the noise on it, whatever was going on in the live stream. When they seen I was getting pissed, so it worked.
Well, they were just like, oh shit, we got to stop live streaming because we might teach some people this shit. Like, where's
Yeah,
Ernie?
I don't want anybody to think I was
Where's
directly
Ernie?
yelling them in the comments. No, I was talking about whoever's live streaming. I kept on
Got
going
it.
in and out as you were saying. So, but yeah, the audience is great. And I'll be back on with Tina and Xander talking about a friend of mine's human trafficking CPS case where she was trafficked from the UK. Tina knows who she is, our friend. I'll be speaking more about her case, and I will be redoing just the dates correct on Jonah's case that Deb was talking about. So I'm going to do over just the dates and get that out of the way really quick. And then we'll get on to my friend's CPS case. It will be the next one.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Cool.
We love you guys.
Okay, good night.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
Jay, I'll
night.
call you.
Thank you guys.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Love you.
Love you guys. Bye.
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 Thank you, all the mods. Thank you, all the viewers.
Yes, thank you, Maj. Y'all are awesome. You did a great job tonight.
Good.
Absolutely, 100%. Family. Love you.
Y'all get some sleep.
Yep. Time to go to bed, everybody.
All right.
Bye.